as the winner and mail you your prize. Yes, that's right. The winner of each Kahoot will receive an autographed item from the Toronto Maple Leafs, with the final winner receiving a special prize from our partner, Tim Hortons. This first one is a trial, so no prize will be awarded, but get used to the system because speed and accuracy will matter in helping you score the most points. Are you ready? Here we go.
Welcome to Hortons. What can I get you?
Oh my gosh. We actually ordered?
Yeah.
This is so cool. Can I get coffee?
You sure can. How is it working with amazing people every day?
It feels fantastic.
The team inspires me every day. We all signed up to help people.
We're here to say thank you for being an essential worker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Turn around.
Are you serious? I'm gonna cry.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Tim Hortons Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. My name is Danielle Emanuel, the Toronto Maple Leafs in-arena host and your official host this weekend. We have an exciting lineup of guests and topics that I'm sure you are all looking forward to. Before the start of today, you would have noticed Kahoot Trivia. That was a test run, so make sure you pay attention to each session this weekend, since trivia questions will be asked at the end of the session and be based on the topics covered. The people with the top score will win one of our amazing prizes, including a signed Leafs jersey, a team signed stick, or our final special prize from our generous partner at Tim Hortons that you don't want to miss. The scores are based on how quickly and accurately you answer. So have fun and good luck. Without further ado, let's get into our first session for day one of our Coaches Open House, a Q&A with Toronto Maple Leafs General Manager Kyle Dubas. Our first host for today is someone I am sure you will recognize. He is a Canadian sports broadcaster for Rogers Media, most well known for being the host of Hockey Night in Canada, and is currently hosting Battle of the Blades and Rogers Hometown Hockey. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Ron MacLean. Over to you, Ron.
Danielle, thanks kindly. It's a real treat to be part of your open house here today, and I'll be joined by Kyle Dubas in just a moment. First of all, we do want to do a land acknowledgement. This is Chief Stacey Laforme, and a book he has, Poems of Reconciliation. We are on the traditional territory in Toronto, and Oakville is where I am. This is the Mississaugas of the Credit Territory, and we wanted to acknowledge Chief Laforme and our hosts. So I was a referee for 23 years, level 5 with Hockey Canada, and I dealt with coaches a lot, and it was a really enjoyable experience, actually, because between the two of us, I felt like we controlled the temperature, we controlled the flow of a great hockey game. And I'm sure for Kyle Dubas, he appreciates the role of his coach. He's seen, from the beginning. He was a room attendant with the Sioux Greyhounds at the age of 11, was scouting for them by the time he was 17. He was their GM at 25, second youngest in the OHL, and he's continued that youth movement into his job with the Toronto Maple Leafs. But I will say, although, Kyle, you're young, I've often said yours is a life wholly dedicated, wholly surrendered to the game of hockey. Your passion for it is, you've been around the block. So pleased to be joined by the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and really nice to see you again. Kyle, how are you?
I'm good, Ron. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm going to show you a picture here. It'll probably be a little shiny with the glass, but this is 2015. You're already with the Maple Leafs, but I'm up in Sioux at Esposito Park talking to the kids from Bayview here, the Athletics. And what was really striking to me about the picture, I was teaching them a game Phil Esposito used to play called Pump, Pump, Pull Away. You put somebody at center ice, and they are to tag every other player. And the last player tagged is the winner. And Phil used to win that game all the time. So he actually gained his agility and his ability to hide and get away from traffic playing that silly game at Esposito Park. So, and the kids were so attentive. And as I was with them, and they were all so polite and so into it, it kind of reminded me of you and your upbringing in the Sioux. So I'd love to hear about your hockey story there.
Well, it's interesting. So you say the team from Bayview. So my grandfather, Walter, he grew up in Bayview, which is a neighborhood in the west end of Sault Ste. Marie by the steel plant. And really, he was the original coach in my life. He coached the Greyhounds prior to the OHL being formed. They were in the NOHA Tier 2 League in the 60s, and he retired after he and my grandmother had their third child, because the coaching position with the Greyhounds at that time was not one that paid. So he worked full time at the steel plant, and then once he was done his shift from 6 until 2 at the steel plant, would go to the Memorial Gardens and coach the team. And so indoctrination into coaching and hockey came from him. And growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, he did an immaculate job on an all-natural backyard rink every year. And he and I attended nearly every Greyhounds game together. And so I got to sit with him and listen to his view on coaching and the deployment of players and how you treat players and so on and so forth. So that was my growth in the game. And then I was fortunate throughout the rest of my time with the Sioux to be exposed to many different coaches. Dave Cameron, who of course went on to become an NHL head coach. Craig Hartsburg was a great mentor to me, and he's been coaching in the NHL for a very long time. And then of course later on, Sheldon and I came together to work there. So I've always really enjoyed the relationship with coaches and how coaches operate, and that's really thanks to my grandfather and his coaching background and how I learned the game growing up.
What were some of his secrets? Was he technical, or was he a motivator? What was he like as a coach?
It's been interesting. So he passed away in 2012 at the very beginning of the second season that I was the GM of the Greyhounds. And we did not have a good, my first year there, we did not have a good season, which was somewhat expected. And there's a lot of pressure going into the second season. He passed away right before the opening night of the season. And at his funeral in particular, but also the night that he passed away, we went back to my grandmother's, to my grandfather's house, the house they've lived in for nearly 60 years. And she had collected throughout his whole coaching career all the news articles about the team. After every game, she would cut them out of the newspaper and store them, and kept them there forever. So you're able to read some of the things that the players said about him, particularly when he gave up the job and retired to commit himself to their family. But also at the funeral, you got to hear from the number of former players of his that turned out, that he had coached them, and you'd always heard his vision of and his version of the way that he coached the team and what he was about. And I'd always taken him as someone who was very demanding of the players and held them very accountable, but always had their back when there was any issue whatsoever, and would do anything for any of the players, and particularly spent a lot of his time dealing with the players who had some issues away from the rink and that needed parenting or general counsel and mentorship. And that was hammered home in the days following his passing and at the funeral, with various different players that he had coached coming up to me and sharing with me how he treated them as people and players, and how he was one of their favorite coaches, if not their favorite coach they'd ever had, because of the way that he got them to compete and play a certain way and buy in and support one another. But I think more importantly was how he treated them when they needed to be held accountable. He was very firm with it, but he was also great with supporting them when they needed that, and something that I've tried to carry through in my career and share with all the coaches that I've worked with over the time that I've been in hockey.
Well, we'll get to some of the coaches and mentors, Kyle. I have a list of about 10 questions have been submitted from our coaches here in the open house, and great. A couple of observations there. The 1980 All-Star game, Wayne Gretzky and Gordie Howe both play in the game. It's Gordie's last, it's Wayne's first. And Scott Stevens is in the crowd, and he's there to see one player. It's not Gordie and it's not Wayne. He's there to see Craig Hartsburg. That was his idol. And it's interesting, this year you chose a left winger with your first pick, but the last two drafts you went to the defense. And when you started at the Sioux, 4 of your first 6 picks were defensemen. So you kidded to me back in the spring. You said the key to the playoffs will be goaltending, always is. But I can tell you understand defense wins. So maybe just a thought on that, and then I'll move into these questions.
Sure. Yeah, I think in all of the drafts, and going back to the Sioux, so the first draft in the Sioux, we had the 3rd overall pick, and we selected Darnell Nurse, who's gone on to become an excellent player. He was an excellent player for us and was the captain of our team at 18, and really set the tone for changing the culture of our franchise in the Sioux. And he's been a great player for Edmonton and will continue to be for a long time. He's just 25 years old now, with a lot of room to grow as an NHL player. And then here in the first year, 2018, we picked Rasmus Sandin. And I think the keys to me, Ron, that we always focus on, or that we always want to focus on, is that the defense are always going to start the play. And they're going to have to stop the opposition if the opposition have the puck, and then they're going to be tasked subsequently with then creating plays to move the puck up the ice. And if you don't have that, if your defense can't stop the play, and if they can't move the puck to the forwards to get them rolling up the ice and begin transition, you're really going to lag and have a hard time competing night in and night out. It's always something that I've believed in, something that was hammered in to me by my grandfather, going back to my first exposure to hockey in the late 80s and early 90s with him. And so it's always something that we've really focused on. And I know a lot gets said about our team, about our forwards and what they're paid and their potential. But to me, the focus is and will always be on finding the right group of defensemen, and then leaving it to the coaching staff to develop the right defensive system that can allow us to make stops on defense, play as little on defense as possible, and then have defense that also, in addition to be able to make stops and thwart the opposition's offense, to be able to start the play going back the other way up the ice.
You had given Morgan Riley a book when we did In Conversation, and I don't want the name of the book. That's confidentiality between the doctor and the patient. But you gave him a book, and whatever you gave him, I just thought he was on fire in the series against Columbus. Did you feel that way? And tell the coaches here about how you like to give books and help the players to have an escape and to have some things to think about.
Sure. I think that, especially the players that are around Morgan's age. So certainly an established NHL player. He's proven that he can be a massive contributor offensively and defensively. And once the players the way I would put it is once they've sort of established themselves as an NHL player, then as a very good player, and they get into their second contract, and they're starting to look at their third contract, what I find is then they start to shift towards their legacy and what it's going to be, and how prolific their career is going to be. And this year with Morgan, he started the year off and he did one of the most selfless things that I've seen. In mid-November, he was on the first power play, and we had acquired Tyson Barrie the year before in the summer previous, and Tyson got off to, I think as everyone knows, a fairly slow start with us, hadn't produced, hadn't scored, and as someone who was facing unrestricted free agency at the end of the year in a new city with a lot of expectations on him, he started to really struggle. And Morgan, when Sheldon came into the job, Morgan went to Sheldon and said he would have no problem if it was what was best for the team. Morgan would have no problem with going to the second power play unit to put Tyson on the first unit so that Tyson could get going. Because if we were going to reach our potential, everyone felt it was important that Tyson play the way that everyone knew he was capable of playing. And I just thought that spoke so much to the character of Morgan Riley and everything that he's about. Because as everybody knows, as a defenseman, if you're on the first power play, especially with the forward group that we had there with Tavares, Marner, Nylander, and Matthews, you're probably going to accumulate a lot of points considering the power play was in the top 2 or 3 in the league at that time. And then after the coaching change, it went to number 1. And that to me said a lot about Morgan. And then, a month and a half later, he sustained a really bad injury, a broken foot on a block shot in Florida. And he'd also been dealing with an injury in the first half of the season before he was hurt, which had kind of slowed him down. And I just think that on any team, you need players like that are always willing to put the team ahead of themselves. And I thought with Morgan Riley, he's always done that here. And then so when he came back and was fully healthy against Columbus, it was great to see him sort of back at full bore in the way that we all knew him to be. Because I think as a manager, as a coach, you're always rooting on your team. If you have players like that are so selfless in their actions, you want them to ultimately have success. And I think everybody on the team does as well. So we're excited for that. And we're really excited to see Morgan next year back and firing on all cylinders throughout the entire season.
I'll tell you a story from the 90 playoffs. The Edmonton Oilers won their 5th cup, this time with Mark Messier as captain. And at a critical juncture through the playoffs, the number 1 power play unit was not going, and Mark was leading that unit. And he got to the bench and he said to John Muckler, "John, put Tick's line out there, Essatikkanen." He said, "We're not doing it." And that was a turning point in their run to the cup. And it was selfless, and it's why they have the Mark Messier Leadership Award. Speaking of leadership, obviously Stamkos made a cameo that we'll never forget, but Hedman was the guy. And Victor Hedman, late in the round robin, he turned his ankle when he fell, and he went off the ice firing his stick in anger. I can remember him firing a puck at the referee. I'm an old referee. I wasn't too grateful for that, but I could understand, how wound he was and how dedicated to the goal he was. He took on Chara. I'd love your thoughts, you and Sheldon, on the way John Cooper deployed 11 forwards, 7D, using McDonough and Hedman on that right side, and then rotating 5 other guys. What did you think about that?
Yeah, Sheldon and I have that conversation a lot, and I know he's going to be speaking here as well. And so it's probably a better, in terms of the operation of the bench, he would probably speak more to it than I would. Going back to Sheldon and I's time together in 2016, I know that Sheldon called John Cooper during our Marlies playoff run. They were in the conference finals against Hershey. And we just probably felt the depth of our defense was better than what we were getting from the forward group. So he actually called John because they had been doing it a lot, even going back then in 2015 when they went to the Cup final, and 16, 17, all the way through. They've never been afraid to do that. To me, I think it does a couple things, Ron. Number one is it creates a real difficult matchup up front because as you go through your lines, you're either going to be really running your top 3 lines a lot, or when it comes to the matchup, say, the game starts and it just runs naturally, which doesn't always happen, I know, but the team goes first line, second line, third line, fourth line. You're not going to, when your fourth line comes back again, you're going to have a member of the first line back with that fourth line. So it's going to make it a little bit more potent. In our case, it could be Matthews, Tavares, Marner, Nylander playing, just use last year's iteration with Clifford and Spezza, just as a hypothetical, which makes it a far more potent line. And I think on defense, if the group of D have specific functions, and I think we'll have a little bit more of that this year with the addition of Bogosian and Mikko Lehtinen from Finland, where he's playing with Jokerit. Lehtinen is a much more offensive guy that's been the KHL Defenseman of the Year, but he thrives on the power play. Bogosian has been an excellent penalty killer in his career, and he's used to this system, and he was deployed that way by Tampa. Our feeling is that, and whether it's a Sandin or Liljegren, as they continue to come up and get worked in, I think our depth of our D will lend itself to this, and I wouldn't be surprised to see us use it from time to time during the season. And in the end, it will be Sheldon's call. But I think the matchups and then the up front, and then the flexibility that it gives you on defense are certainly intriguing. And I think, as it's been shown now, it certainly works in leading a team to a championship. So I think you'll see a lot more teams do it because, as you know, the championship teams tend to get mimicked.
Yeah, I'll give you about that. I'll get to Manny Malhotra and Paul McLean. I worked with Kevin BX and Anthony Stewart. Kevin in particular is really close to Manny, right? So I was getting kind of the behind-the-scenes story on what a great hire that Sheldon and you have made on your coaching staff. But just your takeaway from the Stanley Cup playoffs. It can include your run with Columbus, and it can take us all the way through to Tampa winning it all.
I think the takeaway from our run with Columbus, Ron, was that it's certainly disappointing. And we had big expectations coming into the year, and to lose in a qualification round is disappointing. It's far short of the goal that we've set for ourselves and the standard that we hope to attain and that we will attain in time here. And I think the thing that it taught us more than anything else was probably nothing to do with the playoffs. It was that in every year that I've been here, especially the last 4 seasons where we've been a playoff team, we've had lulls in the regular season. This year was, I would say, more of an injury-related one, but still our inconsistent play from night to night. We would have some great stretches even despite injuries, and then we would have some very notable tough nights, especially in the stretch in January, February. And I think what it showed us more than anything was that we have to do a much better job in the regular season of eliminating those lulls and stretches where we give up points and we give up positioning. If you go back to 2016, the first time we made the playoffs, and 2016-17 we played Washington. If we had taken care of business our last week of the season at home, we wouldn't have played Washington, who was the number 1 seed. We would have played Ottawa, who was the number 2 seed in our division that year, and Boston ended up sneaking ahead of us in getting that spot. The subsequent year in the 2 series against Boston, we cost ourselves home ice just with poor stretches at either the start of the season or at the end. And then this year, of course, I think we made a great run after Sheldon came in coaching the team, but then in January, February, we played around 500 or just a little bit better. And if we had played to our level that we had set through November and December, we would have been one of those teams probably in the top 4 that was in the round robin. And I think the message that we're trying to hammer home to our players throughout this offseason and getting ready for the regular season again is, if we want to set ourselves up as best possible going into the playoffs, we cannot let our foot off the gas in the regular season. And if we have that mindset in the regular season, that's certainly what's going to be needed in the playoffs. And that's what we really focused on. And when it comes to the playoffs themselves, I think what we saw and was great to watch was there's a number of different teams with a number of different styles that advanced and went through. Colorado had a great series against Dallas. They had obviously some notable injuries in net. Dallas, I thought, really was able to adapt the way that they played in each series, depending on the opponent. I thought Rick Bowness and his staff and Jim Nill and the management team provided a great amount of versatility to the roster. And then Rick was able to kind of push the buttons as needed and play different ways as they were needed. If it was a run and gun type series in Colorado, they showed they could do that. Against Vegas, they showed they could totally shut down a very potent attack. And then they gave a great challenge to Tampa Bay as well. And the Islanders, of course, played a very defensive style and were able to go to the conference final, and that was great to see. And then Tampa, I thought, right from the entry into the round robin, despite the loss at the end to Philadelphia, I thought they showed that the scars that they had incurred over the previous 6, 7, 8 seasons of being a contending team where they'd had disappointments, those really came into play. And despite the fact that they had injuries to Stamkos and 2 Point at different times, and Hedman had the bad ankle, as you mentioned, and McDonough was out, they just were able to roll on through it. And I think their adversity they faced in the past served them very well. And so that's really where the takeaways from the playoffs from my standpoint, Ron.
It's really good. It'd be interesting to know what Vegas would have done against Tampa. You always play that game. And I can tell you that Kevin Bieksa said when we watched Tampa-Boston Game 7 in 2011, we were awaiting the winner of that series, and we were kind of hoping it would be Tampa because we felt we matched up better against that version of the Tampa Bay Lightning. So great. And the only other thing, and I'll leave this, but if you run the table the way Tampa did 2 years ago and Calgary did over on the western side, and then they kind of, you know what I mean? They couldn't get it back up for the playoffs. That's the only thing about that consistency all regular season. So how do you find that balance?
I think it's a good question, and I hope we have that problem that we face this year, where we have a great regular season, and then we're I think no matter what, Ron, no matter where you finish, and I'm going back to the experience and the Sioux and with the Marlies, no matter how high up you finish, I think when you head into the playoffs and it resets and you're back at 0-0 again, you have a bit of fear in you. And I think everybody does. Your opponent has earned their way into that matchup. And I think you have to be a little bit scared of it. I think in Tampa's case, if you go back to game 1 in that series against Columbus, they were up 3-0 in that game early, and then the tide just changed, and they couldn't stem it and push back. This year, they were in a similar spot, I thought, with a lot of pressure in that first game against Columbus that went to 5 overtimes. And they were able to win that game. They lost the second game, and then they were able to kind of roll along. And I thought what Julien Brisebois did in adding to the team during the year, but also the way that John Cooper and his staff handled the group, they just seem to be ready for adversity, and they seem to be ready to handle it. And I think with our group, we've had a lot of disappointment. I wouldn't call it the same adversity, because Tampa, they've been to 3 conference finals. They've been to a Stanley Cup final before, and we, as everyone knows, we haven't won a playoff round yet. But I'm hopeful that the disappointments that we've faced, number one, will inspire the group further during the regular season to eliminate those stretches that we talked about previously. But also, and I think more importantly, I think the guys are starting to realize here, they're not 18, 19 anymore. They're 22, 23, 24. In the case of Tavares, now you're 30, Brody's 30, Muzzin's 31, Anderson's 31. And you don't have forever. And I think that was one of the focuses that we put on the off season, was trying to find players that have been through this a lot, whether it's Thornton, Simmons, Bogosian, even TJ Brody, as you mentioned, that when we get into the playoffs next season, that those guys have a real increased sense of urgency to them. Either the time is running out in their career and that they want to win, in the case of Spezza, Thornton, Simmons, or they've faced great disappointment in the past, like TJ Brody, as you mentioned, and all of the guys on our roster. So we're hopeful that that all comes together. It was the thing we really keyed in on, and trying to help Sheldon and the staff here. And so we're excited when they give us the green light. We'll be excited to get going.
It's so hard to be patient, but the Islanders had to go through it. The Oilers had to go through it. Steve Yzerman certainly had to go through it, and Paul McLean knows that. In fact, Paul, that's a lot, kind of a neat thing that you've placed the emphasis on him being the one who takes the temperature and calms the waters. You have a little bit of that in Cliff Fletcher's around the organization and some others, but maybe just tell me about obviously AJ and Paul McLean, their role in the Leafs this season.
Yeah, so Sheldon has always had, we hired AJ in 2013 in the Sioux, and he had just finished his playing career. And we had Joe Sorella on the staff as more of a veteran coach in the Sioux, and he handled the defense and the penalty kill, sort of the lead assistant. And Sheldon was looking for somebody younger that could relate to the players, that could run the power play. And so we hired AJ, and it was a great fit right off the bat. And then, he obviously had his father, Paul, to lean on for guidance and expertise. His brother David scouts from Montreal, so they're a hockey family through and through. And AJ was great, and Sheldon brought him from the Greyhounds to the Marlies, and he was part of the championship team in 2018, running the power play there to great success. And I think when this situation came up, Sheldon had really focused on Manny Malhotra as the person that he wanted. And so we waited for Vancouver to finish, and then Jim Benning and the staff there were good enough to give us a chance to speak to Manny. And then it was trying to, we've got Dave Haxtell, has great experience at North Dakota, and then as the head coach of the Flyers, Manny, who's been assistant coach for 3 seasons, will jump into a bigger role. So I think especially in our marketplace, Ron Sheldon thought it was important to have somebody who's kind of seen everything and been through everything as a player and as certainly as a coach, and has won and has been a part of more playoff series and playoff rounds, almost more than anybody, it seems, over his long coaching career. And so, Paul's at that stage in his career where I think he's got a great relationship with Sheldon, and nothing, in my experience being around Paul, nothing phases him, nothing rattles him. And we thought that was a really important thing for us. And he's got a great relationship with Sheldon, and I think he'll have a great impact on all of our staff and our players.
I really enjoyed his years with Dale Howard-Chuck together. He'd always get the puck to Dale. He said, Dale, you take it from blue line to blue line. I want no part of it, and I'll take over once we get into the attacking zone. So you could ask him about that. Another little story that everything you say reminds me of something, but John Weisbrod, the assistant Jim Benning out in Vancouver, he was telling me from his days with Boston when they won the Cup in 2011, he says Patrice Bergeron would virtually get sick. Like sick. He'd start to break out in hives if we lost 3 in a row. That's how competitive Bergeron is. And that's, again, what you're going to try and when Sheldon says we got to look inward to be the team that's hard to play against. It isn't about beating everybody up. It's that. So maybe expand on that as you teach a coach here that's trying to figure out how to do that with his women or men or her women.
So I think the things that a lot of people focus on, Ron, and they talk about a lot, and we've dealt with it a lot, are they question, I think, because the team hasn't had playoff success, they question sometimes the toughness or the grit of the team. And one of the things that we've really focused on is you can go out, last year we brought in Kyle Clifford, who certainly brings that element. This summer it's been Simmons, Bogosian, even Thornton I would put in that class as well, and Jimmy Vesey as a free agent as well. They play hard and they've got a physical side to them, in addition to their talent. But I think there's so much focus sometimes placed on bringing in 1 or 2 players and the impact that they can make. But the reality is that if that level of competitiveness and grit and toughness, as we term it, is going to permeate through the locker room, it's going to be through the maturity and grit of the maturity of the group that's already there. In our core group, I think really embracing the fact that this is a wonderful opportunity. If they're willing to sacrifice a little bit in each of their own individual realms, as all young teams do with young superstars players have to go through, and there's so many examples from all over sports and all over different types of businesses, then we'll really reach our full potential. And when we talk about it internally, how we're going to bring it out of them, I think it's, when we talk about toughness with our group, it's very simple the way that we define it. It's if there's a 50-50 puck, do you desperately want to win that puck every single time? And are you willing to be the first one on the puck? Are you willing to go to the difficult areas of the ice with and without the puck, and be successful? Are you willing to endure the physical duress that's going to come onto you if we're going to go as far as we want to go, and do that every single night for through the regular season, but more importantly in the playoffs, and be able to score the way you have to score the way in the playoffs, and defend the way you have to defend in the playoffs. And that gets built over time, and I think the foundation of that gets set what our expectations are as a group. And this is Sheldon and I's first offseason together at this level, and something that we've done at every other level, the AHL and the OHL, setting the tone in the summer of what the expectations are for the players coming back in. What are the standards in terms of fitness and strength and all those areas to know what is going to be fully expected of the group when they come back. And so that they are aware of it very clearly. It's been communicated very clearly to them what level of shape they're supposed to be in, where they're supposed to be at physically, that it's very objective and clear, that it's individual to each player. So a player who's 6'4" and 230 pounds doesn't have the same expectations of someone who's 5'10", 180 pounds. And so I think it's building out an individual expectation to set the foundation in terms of your fitness level and your strength and conditioning standards that we have. And then the hope is that builds an extremely competitive camp and gives our players the fuel to go through an entire season together at a very high clip.
Kevin Bieksa, on that idea of getting the 50-50 puck, it's not really a 50-50 puck battle, but when Stamkos received the pass and had to get by Esa Lindell, he could have been pasted. It was almost a suey, and he had to make a decision to put himself at risk to go by the defenseman, and all of that was all in. Mentors. Let's start with you've touched on a couple of names, but what do you look for in a coach, Kyle, based on some of the coaches you've looked up to?
Well, it's interesting. The first, when I was first a really young guy in the Sioux, we had Dave Cameron, as a head coach then, and it was his first head coaching job at the major junior level. And he was there for 2 years, and he was extremely hard on the players. And we weren't a very good team. He took over actually the year after Joe Thornton was drafted first overall and made Boston as an 18-year-old. So when you lose a player like that, and the team of the year before had kind of gone all in trying to make a run, and lost to Manny Malholtra's Guelph Storm in the playoffs, he was kind of picking up the pieces. And Dave was really hard on the players, was very vocal, and so he had that element to him. Craig Hartsburg there was one coach in between Paul Terrio, and then Craig Hartsburg came in after that, and really Craig had been in the NHL as a head coach already, and was coming back to junior hockey. And what I saw with Craig was, number one, how demanding he was of the players, but how clearly he communicated what his expectations are to every single player, how firmly he held them accountable when they didn't reach the standard that he had set. And the other part, probably more importantly, was how he was willing to adapt, and how he was able to adapt in season and in the playoffs, depending on what our opponent was. He was the first coach that I had seen there who was the level of preparedness with documenting the opposition was really at an NHL level. And so those were he was really a great mentor to me. He was the GM of the team, and he was someone who really let me grow. But I would say that the keys to him were how clearly he communicated his expectations and standards for the players, how he held them accountable very clearly when they didn't reach them, and then his ability to adapt. Even though he was a very successful coach, in the OHL, went on to be an NHL head coach, and now is back at the OHL level prior to going back to Ottawa as a head coach. And I thought that was great, and I learned a lot from watching that, Ron. With Sheldon, who's the coach I've worked with more than any other coach, the thing I think with him, and he can speak about this later from a more personal perspective, but the thing with Sheldon that I've seen over time that I think has really aided in his evolution from a winning the championship every year in Junior A in Pembroke to having a great run in Sault Ste. Marie, both on the winning side and the development side, and then doing the same thing with the Marlies, ultimately winning the championship in 2018 while developing a lot of players for our group and into the NHL, was just the way that Sheldon, from the first time I met him to where he is now, his ability to build a trust and relationship with the players, and know that they're going to get very clear direction from him. And sometimes it may not be easy things for them to hear, but he's not going to shy away from having those difficult conversations, and he's going to have his opinion and his strategy backed up with video and data and objectivity, rather than just what his gut feeling is. Though that is ultimately very important and what will make the final call on everything that we're doing, his ability to be ultra prepared, but also to build that trust and rapport with the players based on the fact that he has proven over the last decade plus now to be a coach that will focus on the individual development of the player, and that will be very important. And his goal will be to maximize the development of every player, but it's all funneled in towards winning. So his view is, if we can get the most out of every single player individually, that will help our team win and help us to have the ultimate success that we wish. And it's been proven out over time, and I'm certain will be proven out here with the Leafs. But that to me is where Sheldon has really evolved from the time I met him in 2010, 11 to where he is now 10 years later.
I had the pleasure of watching one of his sons play, and I sat with one of his sons watching his brother play, and great family, you two, and a lot of the coaches here will want to know balance. How do you find it in your career that is, let's face it, 24/7?
It's something I don't have a great answer to, and I often there are times during the year where, frankly, you're at the office very, very early, and then you're home very, very late. And because of the time, whether it's the time around the trade deadline or the time around the draft or any time when your team is struggling, you wear it, and you get home and you are exhausted by the end of the day, and you don't have a lot to give to the people that you care about the most in your family. And we have a 3-year-old now, and we're expecting our second in the spring. And so this has been a good time to be at home a lot during the shutdown, but during the year, I think that the key is, or what we try to focus on, or what I try to do is is I try to get home as early as I can, whether that's 5 or 6, and be able to handle bath time and spend some time with Shannon, my wife, before Leo and her get down for the night, and then go back down to the office at home and finish off whatever I need to do. So I think going home is the answer that I would give Ron, even if you still have stuff to do. I know Sheldon's great at this as well. I know there are a lot of points that are awarded. I think, for whatever reason, if you're at the office for extraordinarily long hours, but I think Lou is always a big pusher of this with me, and Lou's, the greatest mentor that I've had. He was always pushing me, even despite the fact that he would be there very early and stay very late, was always pushing me to go home and be with my family, knowing that I was still going to get my work done and everything was going to be done. But you don't have to sit in the office and do it there. You can find a way at home to get there, commit yourself to your family, and then once they're down for the night, get back at it. And you're not going to sleep long anyway, so you'd rather be starting from your home rather than your office if you're going to get there at some point. So that's what I would say is the key. But this is not truly a balanced life,
No.
and you have to have a great support network and family. And I think if you're trying to find balance, you won't. So it's trying to maximize all the time that you have and being fully committed when you are home and fully present.
Won't help him with his dad work, but it might help him with coaching one-on-one with the players. Paul McLean, is he going to offload some of the media or the responsibilities to Paul? Sheldon, I'm talking.
Yeah, I mean, from the time Lou came in, it's only ever been the head coach and then the general manager and then Shanny, of course, speaking to the media. And we've kind of stuck with that. But we've had more of them, whether it's been Manny or Paul or Dave Haxtell, do more and more. They've done that here in the past, had the assistant coaches talked. And I think the key thing with that we're a little bit leery about, honestly, Ron, is just any small difference in what the head coach says to what the assistant coach says will get picked up on by the media here, and it's not a shot or anything like that. It's just that there is a huge amount of interest in the team, and a lot of media and every media member is looking to try to find different angles so that they can kind of gain the most readership or viewers or what have you. And there's nothing wrong with that. But one of the things that we find that happened here in the past was they would find, and I wasn't here then, but that the media would take what the assistant coach was saying and versus the head coach and try to find any sort of friction there. But I think with Paul and Sheldon, it might be a little bit different and easier. And I think certainly Dave Haxtell is capable of that as well.
Yeah, also enjoyed watching Dave's family play the game. Statistics. There's this feeling, you and I talked earlier in the year, we were admiring the work the catcher Danny Jansen for the Blue Jays had done with Rafael Dolis when he came back to the majors after 7 years. And that battery actually worked the final game that clinched the playoffs for the Blue Jays. But there was a feeling that when Blake Snell got the hook in the critical 6th game of the World Series this year, it set analytics back 100 years. Coaches here would love to know, you're legendary for your appreciation of statistics and analytics. Are there a couple of key ones that you use? And what did you think about that when everybody kind of gang tackled Cash and Tampa Rays?
So I think Kevin Cash is the best manager in baseball. And I think it's because of the way that he blends everything together to optimize his decision making. It was very clear in that instant that I think the thing that I looked at, Ron, was earlier in the game, it was actually very interesting. So in the second or third inning of the game, an older school baseball person retweeted a Sportsnet tweet about how Blake Snell and his ERA in the first and second inning, the second and third, or the first and second inning, the third and fourth, and then anything past the fourth inning, and it was like, it was below 1 in the first 2 innings, just over 1 in the third and fourth innings, and it went to like 14 or something like that beyond the fourth inning. And it was always been a topic with Snell in particular, how he does after a certain amount of pitches, how he does the third time through the order. And so in a game, and if you go back to game 2 of the series, the Rays had a big lead, but they left Snell in, and then he kind of got hit around a little bit when it came up for the third time through the order. So it was interesting when, even though he was cruising a little bit, he allowed the hit to the number 9 hitter. I think it was Austin Barnes off the top of my head, though I might be mistaken, or it could have been Chris Taylor. And then as soon as Mookie Betts came out, Cash was rayed out and stood with his convictions. The way that I view it overall is whether it obviously the outcome wasn't right, I think the way they made the decision was trying to trust all the things that got Tampa as the 28th highest payroll team to be a contending team year in and year out and become a World Series contender. They trusted the way that they've done it. And I think if they had left Snell in and gone away from what they've always done, they might be a little bit more forgiven by the public and by the media because it's more of a conventional way of losing. But I don't think they would ever forgive themselves because it would have been getting away from the way that they've always that they've got there and what their process is. And I think that's something that happens a lot in sports. If you're going to do things a little bit differently, it's going to come with a lot of friction, opposition, and when it doesn't work out, very quickly people will be jumping on you or at you about how your unconventional way of doing things hasn't worked. But I think if you want to really know whether how you're doing things is going to be successful, you have to see it through all the way to the end. And at worst, you'll be able to have the chance to change as you get into the future. And so in the end, I think they did the right thing. They stuck with what got them there. And I know that's not necessarily a popular opinion, but it was well rooted in, for number one, Cash's personal knowledge of the pitcher, Blake Snell, and how he pitched at those times, what he was seeing from Snell at that point. And they had it further backed up with data. And that's the way that they've always done things in Tampa and what's made them successful. And when they really probably shouldn't be successful, that's their culture. So it'll be second guessed for a long time, not unlike Pete Carroll in the Super Bowl in 2015 against the Patriots. Just because the outcomes weren't right doesn't mean the decisions were wrong, or the process leading to the decision was wrong. And so when it comes to our team and use of data and analytics, I think hockey's a little bit further behind all those sports, but we're trying to use it to maximize how we play on offense, how we defend, how we deploy different players. And really, I think the key things that we're looking for, how nowadays, how are we measuring out in terms of, what are we allowing in the opposition offensively? How are we doing defending? How are we denying them opportunities to score? Who are our best players individually at that? Who's best when they're playing together as a defense pairing or a forward line? And then with our defensemen, how effectively they move the puck, as we mentioned earlier, going back to sitting in the stands with my grandfather in the late 80s and 90s at the Sioux Memorial Gardens, and then now being able to actually have the data rather than what your eyes tell you and have that supported. And so those are the things I would say that we look for, Ron, without getting too deep into the weeds on it. But how effective we are, who are our effective defensemen at stopping the offense of the other team, and then who are most effective at moving the puck to our forwards and getting us going onto offense.
These are questions Sheldon would want to answer and will probably later on or touch on. But I go through your year. I mean, we're going through pandemic and we're going through that crazy night. David Ayres, every time I do the Battle of the Blades, we have a shot of David Ayres riding his Olympia machine. That night, you score two quick ones, go to the intermission, and I think you're going to win 12-3. And you don't even get close in the third period. And then it's the same with the topsy-turvy Columbus playoff. You squander a 3-0 lead and lose in overtime. Then you're out of it and you come back with the miracle goalie out, 3 goals and win. And you get blanked in games 1 and 5 with last change. Everything was like, I don't know if it's analytics can solve this, but I'd love you and Sheldon to try and sort of pinpoint what you think accounts for those wild swings.
I think the word we've used is, we've said immaturity in the past, Ron, but I think the as we sat back, and that's in the moment, you get through your year. It's obviously disappointing because we thought we had a really good return to play. The players were fully committed. They worked their butt off coming back. And there was, 4 teams that did things the way that we did there, just with the number of players and how committed they were, even during the voluntary stage of being there. 2 of them were Tampa and Vegas. They had the similar number of players back, and it obviously was very successful for them. But, I think the thing that we've learned about our team, so you get through that and you get to your, you're disappointed, and then 2 days later you're the media and you're still disappointed. And the word we used then was immaturity. And then when you have a few months to sort of reflect back and look and see what the common denominators are, I think the thing that we've realized about our team is I don't think it has anything to do with analytics or data or anything like that. I think the reality that we've learned about our team and where we need to change is really in our mindset. And I'll use a few examples of the term that we've used for our team is that what we find we do wrong is we wait. So if you go back to 2017, we went into the playoffs against Boston. The first two games, you're kind of back on your heels waiting for something to happen. And against a team that's that good, in the first two games, you remember we got throttled badly in Boston. We came back. We won a game in Toronto. Fred Anderson stole 2 games to force a game 7, where we ultimately lost. In 2018, in the series against Boston, I thought we started off the series really well. We responded well every time we lost until Game 7 in Boston. I found the same thing happened to us again. We got back on our heels and we waited for something to happen, and suddenly it's 2-0 for Boston, and you're playing catch up against a really good team. And then this year in 2020, I thought what happened was in Game 1 and Game 5, when we had the opportunity to kind of take hold of the series and go out and grab it, and our talent dictates we should be able to. Same thing. We were on our heels, kind of waiting to see what would happen in the game, rather than going out and attacking the opportunity that was there and forcing the other team to respond to us. And it's one thing we've talked a lot about the players to the players about this offseason, and had very open communication on it. And one of the things that we've looked at deeply for why that is. And I think part of it is maturity. I think part of it is experience, but I think both of those things go into mindset, and what the mindset of the group is. We have to stop waiting. We're waiting for our potential just to happen, and we have to start going out and exercising that and making it happen and forcing the other teams to respond to us. So that to me is I don't know that there's anything analytical about it. I think it's just pure human behavior and culture and mindset, and speaking openly about it and being ready to attack it in the off season, in training camp, and roll through the year.
I felt like the decision to put the big three together, Marner, Tavares, and Matthews, was intimidating and should have set that kind of an aggressive tone. But Tyson Barrie, I think, got to go out for the starting puck drop. So everything was pointing in that direction. Let's go with our, strength. You'd lost Muzzin. I mean, I could make excuses for you too if you want, but that I liked that. I thought that Sheldon was trying to establish we're going to attack this fifth and deciding game, and for whatever reason, just didn't happen, right? Okay, a couple of big picture questions. The pandemic, you've got so many different ways to look at that. Kyle, I'll open the floor to you. Obviously, player development, you've got, kids, where are they going to play? Europe's the answer, I suppose. But all our coaches want to know about the pandemic and how you feel we should work through this.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have some, I mean, my young guy isn't old enough to start, is not in minor hockey, he's 3. But I've had a lot of my friends have young daughters and sons that their season is sort of suspended and they don't know which way it's going. And I think that the pandemic, if you're looking to purely get what you normally get out of a hockey season, you're not going to get it. Because it goes in fits and starts, and I see that, or I hear that about minor hockey, but mostly I hear it about junior hockey, whether it's the QMJHL that's back up and running, the USHL. The seasons don't seem to be, when you don't have the resources, the seasons aren't going to flow as they normally would. What I think the pandemic provides is I think it provides a substantial opportunity to every young player and every coach that's growing to really take on a development mindset and focus purely on the individual development and maximizing the strengths and the technical skills of each individual player. That, so if you are a player, that's on yourself and maybe your parents. But as a coach, developing a program that keeps the players engaged and that really makes the players feel like you're invested in them. Because you don't get the scoreboard isn't on every night, so you don't know whether you're winning or losing, and you don't know whether your team is playing well or not. But I do think there's a massive opportunity, and I know there's probably some saying, well, we don't have the ice time, and I don't profess to know all of that. But with whatever there is available, I think there's a massive opportunity for these coaches and for the individual players at the youth level to really make development a real fun experiment. I remember back when I was playing, when I was a young guy, I hated the power skating days, or the different, the early, I remember in the Sioux, it was a 6 a.m. power skating every Wednesday morning with our team, and that was not a fun 5:15 wake up call to get there. But I think now, with there not being a lot of games, there being shinny games or scrimmage games, I have heard that there are some organizations, whether it's Oakville or teams in the west end of the western suburbs of Toronto, where I know more people, where the coaches are really hammering that, and the players are really enjoying it. And I think it could be a massive time for individual growth and players, if you can really make the sessions that you do have really about their individual development and sell it as, we're trying to make you as good a player as we can, so when we do come back, you'll be ready to just get out of the blocks firing and show some great progress.
It's funny, Jack Valaket. You remember that name? Jack's a little before your time,
Yes.
obviously, but he was a great Sioux player, and he ended up getting drafted and went to the Central League as opposed to back to the Greyhounds, and that killed him. He didn't get to play enough. He didn't develop on the little things that he was so good at because he got limited ice in a higher league. And then you just look at what you did with Jack Campbell, bringing him in to show everybody how to get in better shape up in the Sioux. I'm talking now in the Sioux when you brought him in as a sort of a leader, right? And you did it with Spezza. I mean, he became a guy that we all think he's just got a great shot and great vision and all that, but it's the off ice, right?
It's hugely important, and something that I probably didn't value early in every one of my stops, Ron. The Sioux, the Marlies, and here with the Leafs, and why after the first time I just didn't realize it and learn it then, and then apply it every time moving forward. I think that's just a mistake on my end, and shame on me for that. But it seems to be that after about a year or two or three in every stop, I remember it again, and rather when I really should just off the hop. And having players like that, I think adds a huge amount to your locker room, the accountability function, but also I think there's a huge focus on players that have won in the past. But I've often found in all the stops that if they've won in the past, they've just been through a lot in their career. They've got some desperation, or they have lessons that they can pass along. If you have the right type of character people, and certainly with the Marlies, we had Chris Mueller, Vincent Laverty, Colin Greening, Richard Clune, in particular Richard Clune, who still serves that role now and this will be his 6th season doing it. And then with the Leafs now, and seeing Spezza last year, not only what he was able to give to the team in terms of his play, I think most importantly, he was really able to serve as a support to the leadership group, because it still is a pretty young leadership group. Like John is just 30, and you've got Austin, Mitch, and Morgan are all in their early 20s. But what he was able to give to them, but then also beyond that, the amount of time that he genuinely spent with the young players on the team. And even now, our facility's open, and Jason Spezza and Morgan Riley and Jake Muzzin are there every day, and they're spending most of their time talking with and helping, whether it's Nick Robertson or Justin Brazo who was with North Bay before and played last year mostly in Newfoundland in the ECHL. It's amazing to see the impact that Spezza has had on that. Not only what he brings to the team in terms of his play and to the leadership of the team, but what he brings to the culture of improvement and development, and the time he's willing to spend with all those young players and share his experience and get them moving along. So he's been great, and we expect that Wayne Simmons and Joe Thornton and Bogosian and the like will be in that same mold and really help us as a group.
We had spoken earlier, 8 days after the killing of George Floyd. Kyle, you and Brad Treliving joined me for In Conversation. You were amazing. And you said, and I had to admit too, that I was, everything I was doing was reactionary at that point, learning. But even then, 8 days after the incident, you had identified ways that you would find groups to support with your time, with your platforms, with some money if needed. And you also found groups that could help you. So there's a lot of us. I mean, you kind of spearheaded with Barb Underhill or Haley Wickenheiser and on, diversity and inclusion in your approach to your management style. But for the coaches there, just a word on where we are at in our battle with racism and systemic injustice.
Yeah, to speak purely from the hockey perspective on it, Ron, I think everybody in hockey, and it starts with us, with the Leafs, and particularly here in Toronto and Ontario and in Canada. I think that we have to do a lot more as an organization to open doors for minority members of our community, regardless of their gender or their sexual orientation or their race, and create a pathway for them to become coaches, managers, certainly players, executives, trainers, equipment managers, whatever it may be. And we have to not only every time a horrible event happens, come out and speak out against it and say we're going to do all these things. We have to follow them up with the doing, which is the most important part. And I think we can make a big impact with the Leafs, but I think the greatest impact we can make is by helping to build programs and support programs that can purely from the hockey perspective. And I think if once we do that with hockey in Canada, it will permeate through all of our communities in our country, build ways for people to really grow and build the game as a vocation, which I don't think exists as much as it should now. And that's across all scopes that the game looks into. So refereeing, coaching, management, playing, performance staff, equipment staff, etc., scouting. So I think there's a long way that we have to go. And at MLSC, we've just hired Terry Davies as our senior director of diversity and inclusion. And I think that's a great step for us because she's going to help push the organization using her great experience at RBC and global firms that have had much more success at this, and in terms of holding us accountable and how we can build and bring about change in a very positive way. And it's exciting for me to see and for us to see, because I think we want to stop every time something horrible happens, having to react and say, this is horrible. Here's what we're doing. Here's how we're going to make our contribution. Here's how we're going to help our communities become a better place for everybody.
Just fantastic, Kyle. I mean, you're leading Houndtown. I'll show you, close with a couple of books. Angelo Mumbako. We just lost Angelo.
Yeah.
I mean, the tradition of leadership in the Sioux goes without saying. And this is a book Elliot Friedman mentioned during the Stanley Cup playoffs, a book by John Maxwell called Talent is Never Enough. The same guy Elliot gave it to me. I was sitting in Niagara-on-the-Lake after my first year at Hockey Night in Canada. This is back in '87. With my mom and dad and my wife, Carrie. And this guy comes up and says, Ron, just want to commend you on your first season. You're doing a great job, and gave me a few other kind words. And he says, I'm in the business. I have Don Reynolds. So Don Reynolds obviously has a huge influence in your life at Uptown. And honestly, every time, Kyle, it's just such an honor to see your dedication to the game and continued success. And thanks for this. I know all the coaches really appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you, Ron, and have a great day to all the coaches here. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll look forward to seeing you back live, hopefully, in 2021.
Danielle, all yours.
What a great session. Thank you both to Ron and Kyle for joining us today. I loved hearing all your stories about your careers throughout the years, and I'm sure our coaches watching did too. We're going to take a quick break before our next session at 11:30. So don't forget to take part in Kahoot Trivia happening right now for your chance to win. The winner of this round will receive a signed Toronto Maple Leafs jersey. Good luck, and we'll see you in the next session. Let's revisit our Kahoot Trivia. Here's a reminder of how it works. You'll need 2 devices in order to play along. Please keep us on your main screen and use your second device to play. Just visit kahoot.it. We'll give you a couple minutes to log in. The PIN number for today's game will appear on your screen. Type it into your second device now. Be sure to use your first initial and last name so we are able to identify you as the winner and mail you your prize. Are you ready? Here we go. Our partners at Tim Hortons wanted us to share a special message on their behalf. At Tim Hortons, you're always welcome. We're happy to serve you each day, and even happier when we can work together to help make a difference in our community. We're always proud to play any role we can in contributing to the health and happiness of our neighbors, which is why we are a proud partner of Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. our partners at Tim Hortons wanted us to share a special message on their behalf. At Tim Hortons, you're always welcome. We're happy to serve you each day, and even happier when we can work together to help make a difference in our community. We're always proud to play any role we can in contributing to the health and happiness of our neighbors, which is why we are a proud partner of Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. Welcome back to day one of the Toronto Maple Leafs Tim Hortons Coaches Open House. This session is jam-packed and will give us an idea of what the Leafs hockey development team has been up to in the community. We'll also hear from Toronto Maple Leafs alumni Wendell Clark and Lindsay Artkin from the National Hockey League Coaches Association. All right, I'll now pass things over to Greg Schell, the Leafs hockey development coordinator, to kick things off.
Hey Danielle, thank you for that. And so here we are, virtually speaking, at the Tim Hortons Coaches Open House. It's fantastic. What a nice way to get an educational experience from the comfort of your space. Anytime, anywhere. This is amazing. And so the Coaches Open House is a program designed to help shape the future of hockey, impact teachers like you. You're not a coach, you're a teacher, and you're teaching the greatest subject of all, and it's fantastic. And how can you make a difference with all these children with respects to the learnings that we're going to provide you with the unbelievable speakers that you've already heard from, and you will hear from too as we go forward into this program. It's awesome. So listen, we have all the answers to your hockey questions, and I'm sure you're going to find a really good experience in everything that we do when you bring it back to your hockey programs. So now listen, you know, the pandemic was on us, and we quickly here within Maple Leaf Sports Entertainment shifted gears into a, let's help minor hockey as fast as we possibly can with no knee-jerk reactions, but let's do the right thing right now, right away. And so, there's one speed with respects to this Toronto Maple Leaf Hockey Club, and it's fast, and that's as slow as you go, as you know. And so we quickly went into, so how do we help shape the future of kids with respects to athletics and academics? So we went into our Smart Sports program. That's the academic side of things, where we brought, basketball, hockey, soccer, and football right to your home to learn and also be active. And then there was our Camp at Home experience. We were coming into your home, athletically speaking, giving you opportunities to train with us. It was amazing. So you had very little household items, you had very little hockey, items, and it was an opportunity for people who maybe don't play the game of hockey that often to get involved with a sport that we love so much. So as you know, you don't need ice to play this great game. And so that was a pretty cool experience for all our kids. So now that's looking back. And then let's look forward to some unbelievable experiences. And so the future is bright for all the kids and boys and girls that train with us within the Toronto Maple Leaf Hockey Club. We're going to bring you this virtual training series. It's incredible. Now listen, I can't get into all the details, but your teachers, they're incredible. They love the game of hockey. They're not interested in liking anything. They're going to bring you from our home, say Scotiabank Arena. We're going to come to you inside your home and give you training experiences that are unlike anything else. I've said enough. And so now we're going to work with public health officials and follow public health guidelines to ensure that whatever it is that we do within the Toronto Maple Leaf Hockey Club, it's absolutely perfect for you. So we're going to be ready for you. Will you be ready for us? And so thank you for joining us for this incredible Tim Hortons Coaches Open House experience. It's a learning experience that hopefully you, the teacher, will go back to the boys and girls that you work with and give them a reason to love what they do. And so thank you so much. On behalf of the Toronto Maple Leaf Hockey Club, Tim Hortons, thank you for allowing us to come into your space, virtually speaking. Now my guess, all the stuff that you've taken in so far, you want to learn more. I don't blame you. Absolutely. So listen, visit us at leafsdevelopment.com and you can find a ton of information with respects to what we're doing in hockey. So listen, enjoy your time with us. We enjoyed our time with you. Have fun learning this great game. And I'm going to throw it over to my buddy Scott, and you're going to be hanging out with a captain, number 17, Wendell Clark.
Thank you so much, Greg. I got to tell you, this is one of the most positive people in the entire Leafs organization camp. Him and his Leaf development camp, they honestly keep a smile on their face, even though we're going through probably one of the hardest years that we've all dealt with as we all go through the pandemic in 2020. And for that, with kind of snow in the air as we've seen over the last few days and last few months, it's time to bring in somebody that resembles snow, resembles hockey. And for that, we bring in a man who wore 17, maybe the last man to ever wear 17 in the blue and I'm pretty sure your captain of captains, Mr. Wendell Clark. Wendell, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Good to be here.
No, last time I talked to you, you were up in Huntsville. You said there was already maybe there was snow on the ground up there. I know it's better than Saskatchewan back home.
No, Saskatchewan's cold right now. Up north, we're just getting it.
Yeah.
Winter's here.
Yeah, it's coming and it's here. Okay, so for this conversation, I thought that you'd be the best person to jump in and chive in on your opinions and your thoughts about what these kids can really do to make themselves the best that they can be. Because not only were you a player, and of course you were a great player playing in the blue and white and amongst other teams, but of course you also coached youth teams and your son. So I think you have a great perspective here. So how did you take your experiences as a player playing for different coaches and put that into use? Think about Burnsy to all the other coaches that you had. How did you incorporate that into the Wendell Clark coach that we see today?
The what-nots is where I got out of all my coaches. No, you have such a great group of coaches as a player, and you sit back and think, when I was a minor hockey player in Notre Dame with coaches Barry McKenzie and Terry O'Malley at that 15, 16-year-old, and then you go to your NHL guys and you see and understand what you like as a player. And I tried to bring that to the kids, because the biggest thing is the kids are a lot smarter than we give them credit for. And so just you take things out of all the coaches that were the positive things, but the kids still wanted to work. And that was the key. How do you be positive and make them work?
We've kind of talked about this previously in different interviews that we've done, but I've noticed that a lot of players that are really good at hockey, their parents kind of put them into 12-month programs. You play hockey all the time, but you were a multi-sport athlete. How do you think that can affect a player, a young player these days? Can that be a positive, or should they focus on hockey specifically, or where do you stand with this?
Well, that's a moving target, because the game is changing in that there's more and more programs that are going year long. Just not in hockey, but in soccer and baseball. They're all doing kind of the same thing, being a little more one-dimensional. But I think it's always good for a frame of mind and your kids and developing the other side of the athlete to be more than one-dimensional. That's the key, in that where's your best friend maybe coming from? Maybe he wasn't the hockey guy. Maybe he played on one of the other sports. It gives you a mental break. And it doesn't have to be another sport at the highest level, because maybe hockey is your highest level. That's where I put the most effort, but maybe I'm playing house league or a few steps down of baseball or rugby or soccer, just to do something else, because who knows what you maybe like and how it may affect or make you become a better player.
Okay, so there's really been nothing to do this entire summer, so I got on the links with Willie and Kerfoot, and these guys are shooting 300 and 320 bombs down the middle of the fairway. Has that ever transpired to you? Are you a great golfer because of your hockey skills?
I can hit 300, but it's not down the middle of the fairway. I'm looking for mine in the trees all the time. But, golf is the one sport, though, that really translates well to hockey.
One of the best things about sports is how fun it is. Now, sometimes, as I was mentioning, kids are playing 12 months a year, and that fun can get away from it. What's your advice to coaches out there and players to keep the game still fun? Because at the end of the day, that's the reason why we play, right?
Well, it is. I know our game's getting more and more skill development, which is individual, but deep down you ask the kids what they like to do. It's play the game, play the shinny game, so a lot of drills that I always incorporate with is make it game format, make it like it's a mini game, because really you play a game that's 5-on-5 on the ice, but really they're little matches of 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and really you're incorporating battle stuff and hard work stuff with the game. Don't always just make it about this one skill, because it's the kids that they come out to play the game.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who it is. They want to become better, but they're there because they want to play and have fun with the game and scoring goals.
I think anybody in any sport can say the best thing you can hear is when your coach stops saying drills and says scrimmage. Right?
Yeah, that's the best thing.
Yeah, and it's all about having fun and being out there, and it's camaraderie, and as long as the game is exciting and fun for you, usually that's when you get your best performance. And when you get your best performance is when you convey a good body language. You can always see when Austin is out there and he's kind of feeling it, when Mitch knows that what he's doing with the puck. But body language is kind of one of those things that coaches really don't talk about. Now, I remember Michael Jordan saying as soon as he saw a player tug down on his shorts, he knew that he had them. And I can imagine there'd be some times where you'd see 3 icings in a row, and those players would kind of be clutching back, going back to take the face off, and you'd be like, we have them. So what would you say for both coaches conveying body language, and players? Is that something that really needs to be addressed?
Well, I think it's something as confidence. I think you may be not feeling it, but you don't want to show it. You're in a team game playing a team sport, and those are all the little inner battles that really you learn, or you used to learn when you got to the NHL or end of your junior or college career. But now players, because of how much we're playing, you can pick up on it sooner and smarter. The smarter the player, and the more we talk about it, is you're picking up on how people look, how they feel. And that's what players can do with each other, but it's also big for the coaches that are coaching their team. They have to show, no matter what the score of the game is or how the game's going, if the coach sounds with frustration in his voice, or the coach up and down and walking with his head looking down, well, the players can sense all that, and all of a sudden they get the demeanor of the coach. And if the coach starts leading with that, then the team plays like that, all of a sudden now the team's in the penalty box the whole time, because they're running off the demeanor of the coach, kind of thing. So a coach really can go right through it. And that's the biggest thing when you're coaching is always being positive. It doesn't matter the score of the game all the time when you're coaching. And, you know, the game in October doesn't mean the same as the game in February. But you coach the game the same way. So you're always coaching through certain things.
That's a perfect kind of segue into my next question, because it's kind of the age-old debate. I mean, everybody likes to win. You play to win the game. But when you're coaching, especially when you're coaching young athletes, is it more important to get the W, to get that good feeling, or is it more about the improvement of skill in the player and the improvement of the awareness of the player? Is there something that you stand on that, either or?
Yeah, no, I think you're coaching as the season goes along. You're coaching the whole team how to win in situations. You know, you're not coaching one player. So in October, you're not always putting the best player on the ice because you have to. We're going to win in October. Well, there's times now you're going to coach other players to be in that situation. You're putting everybody so they learn that situation. So then come February, March, and playoff time, you have lots of guys you can put in that situation because you're not always going to the go-to guy in October. Now you've coached all the players in the lineup. You're just not always coaching the best player. You've got 20 guys that you're trying to coach and bring them all up. So at the end of the year, you don't know who your best player might be. You don't know who your best line is. And you go down to the NHL and you'll hear guys talk about it that, this team won because their third line outplayed the other team's third line because the other two lines got shut down. Everybody did their job. So you're always coaching to all the players, not just one, and it isn't always about the wins and losses. It's, did your team improve during the season? Is my hockey team that I'm coaching better in February, March than it was in October? And that's your goal. Not you're comparing it to yourself, not always with the teams you're playing against. And sometimes we get too caught up in the teams you're playing against, but look at how your team plays in October versus March, and that's if you've done a good job coaching.
I find most coaches tend to say what you're saying is that they take the most pride in like the most improved player, whether that be his skating got a little bit better or just awareness or just him in the locker room. There's something about the whole year that goes by that you can see drastic changes that you guys really like.
No, definitely. It's you're taking 20 individuals and you're kind of molding them together. And you're watching them grow as people and as players. Because the greatest thing with our sport isn't just the on-ice, how's he playing hockey, but how are we getting along in the dressing room? How are you with your peers? You're raising people. You're just not raising hockey players. And the greatest thing with sports, and especially hockey, is you learn so much life skill with that dressing room and on-ice format.
Absolutely. Let's bring it into the family over here. Now, it feels like not a lot of people can relate to this, but there's always 3 out of pretty much every team that has players that their dads coach their kids. So you coached Cody for a very long time. Were you hard on him? Were you yelling at him more? Were you easier on him? Did he not have to do back skates, backstage drills?
Actually, most parent coaches, and people think it's the opposite, but most parent coaches, they're usually harder on their own because they don't want nobody to see what else is going on. So there might be something where I may be saying, okay, Cody, I'm going to be a little tough in practice today, and I'd lead off with him. But I'd give him the heads up because he was my son. I said, not that you did anything wrong, but I got to lead with you to bring everybody else involved. So he learned how to take it in advance. Yeah. But you'd include him. So it always, you never want to isolate on one thing. And I always kind of learned that being with the Leafs and playing, and you're a captain, you're standing up and saying something in a dressing room between periods. I would always throw myself under the bus before I'd reprimand the team. Because then you felt like, okay, he's just not pointing fingers, it's everybody's involved.
Yeah, that's just a good lesson for coaches, period. I remember when Sheldon Keefe was like, this was kind of my fault today, I didn't kind of set the lines right. It's always good when that's what a coach is supposed to do, right? Kind of take the blunt of the brain.
You take the blunt of it, and then the players will play for you, and your kids will play for you because they'll understand, hey, he's got our back, even though we weren't that good. He's taking some of the heat.
So what happens when you go back and you say, Cody, can you pass the pass? And when you guys have had a pretty bad practice together, a pretty bad game, how do you guys separate the life on the ice to the life at home just to keep mom happy, at least?
Well, no, I always tell the parents a lot of times before the season would start, or if there's new kids in the team, don't judge how your son or daughter did on the one game by you made a mistake or you this or whatever happened. Judge by how hard he worked or how hard she worked on the ice, because we all know watching our sons and daughters play, they worked hard today. Maybe they didn't have a good game, but they worked hard. You could tell the effort was there, and everybody knows their own child. So I said, judge it on that, not whether they made mistakes. We're going to teach through that. As a coach, we teach through whether you did things right or wrong. but the effort level is the skill that you want to come out every time. Because if you are going to go anywhere in the sport, that has to be there day in, day out. You're going to make mistakes or you're not learning. But the effort level, and that's the one thing as a parent you can say, I don't know if you were there as hard as you should have been. Which then it's usually not as often. And when I'm coaching or you're coaching your own son or daughter, I didn't coach in between the usual coaching on the ice and then before practice, after practice, before games, after games, but I didn't take it home because he already heard me already in the dressing room. So if he had to hear,
had enough of me.
If he had to hear it 24/7, he'd have left home at about 12.
And then on the flip side, because I guess this doesn't get talked about that often as well, especially we're talking about coaches, but I remember my father was a coach when I played baseball, and there is kind of a little bit of a stigma about being the coach's son, the coach's daughter. And I guess Cody and you must have talked about it a couple times. You know, I don't want to say the word anxiety, but that can cause a little bit of beef when, you know, sometimes some of your friends are getting thrown down to the fourth line or not getting as much ice time, and this is your dad who's making the decisions. What would you give advice to the coach's sons and coach's daughters out there?
Well, that's the toughest thing, and usually it's you will feel it as a coach/parent, but the kids feel it more than we do because they're in it. They're in the middle of it. You think they don't, or Cody being because I actually played, and now he's feeling it from his own bench, and then there'll be somebody else. So that's so and so's son, so it'd be harder on him. So then he had to deal with it on either end of the rink sometimes. But that's a growing thing that he had to grow up with, not something I can always help him with. That's something he had to handle. But as a parent, parent coach, you're trying to do what's best for the team. But in the big picture, you're coaching all the players as best you can. And a lot of times, I prefer to parent coach at times because you understood what was going on.
Yeah. Sometimes
you get in hockey and it's the paid coach or the guy that's not. He is there to win 24/7. Where the parents coach all the time, it doesn't matter, I'm not getting fired if we don't win.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have that same kind of pressure sometimes, so he can understand the situation.
I can only imagine the pressure that Cody must have felt. I mean, just having you as a father, a Leaf legend over there. But at the same time, you can give him some advice that not many parents can give. I mean, as we all know, Cody's been drafted. And what was the advice that you told him about the jump to professional hockey? Something that you can portray to the kids that are watching at home.
Well,
the lucky ones.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing is you never lose the dream to play. You always want to play, and you're always dreaming to play. My guy wasn't a big guy growing up. He was 5'7", 130 pounds, 125 pounds when he was drafted to a junior hockey. So like a 6th round draft pick, a late pick or mid-round pick. And then he didn't start to grow until he was 18, 19. So at 18, 19, he's now 6'2". So don't lose the dream, because a lot of times I see in minor hockey, sometimes you're 10, 11, 12, and you're not the guy.
Yep.
Don't give up the dream, because you don't know when you kick in. And there's a lot of late bloomers in sports that just stay with it, because it all equalizes itself out. You don't make the NHL or you don't make your highest level. The average person makes it at 23, 24. You're going to finish college, finish junior, play in the American League, and then you make the NHL. We're not all Mitch Marner and Austin Matthews. Those are the phenoms. They make it at 18. But the rest of the guys on the team, they're finishing their junior, they're playing a little American League, or they're college and they're 22, 23 when they come out. They might play a year in the American League and then they play in the NHL. So it's your end goal isn't the minor midget draft and then the junior draft and then the college and NHL draft. Your end goal is, how good can I be at 23? That's kind of when your mind and your body and everything comes together, and when you have to be good enough.
It's crazy. I was just reading an interview about Shane Wright, of course, the Don Mills Flyer player that plays for the Kingston Frontenacs, got exceptional status just like John Tavares, and he was saying, I didn't think I was good until 11. I'm like, wait till we see how good you're going to be at 23.
He's a good hockey player.
He's a pretty good hockey player, yeah. Good GTA boy. Time is our enemy. We have to wrap up here, but is there one last piece of advice you would give to coaches, players, or families that are watching at home right now?
No, the biggest thing is work hard, but have fun doing it. If you're a coach, make everything about being accountable and showing up and working hard, but make it fun. You're together for a long year.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. It's always a pleasure to be with you, especially in Scotiabank Arena, especially since we haven't been here in so long. It's time for us to get to our next session, and this is kind of a little bit of what we've been talking about all day. What goes on in the minds of coaches, let alone NHL coaches? These are the skippers of skippers, the one that have made it to the show. Okay, for the next session, we're going to get a little help from a guest host over here. She's going to pass it along to our next session. This is Lindsay Artkin, and she's the president of the NHLCA.
Welcome to Tim Hortons. How you doing?
What?
That's crazy.
Can I take your order?
Small coffee, 2 please.
How does it feel to know you're such an essential service right now?
We're very proud to know that we're keeping businesses open, which helps the greater good.
Well, it's been a challenge, but we're getting through it.
Well, we wanted to pop in today and show you a little bit of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Morning. Morning.
Close your eyes. Feeling better now?
Much better. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Lindsay Artkin and I'm the president of the NHL Coaches Association. I want to thank MLSE for inviting me to join their Coaches Open House and share with you some of the resources that the NHLCA has to offer to support you in your development as a coach. All of you are here today because you want to be the best coach that you can be for your team collectively and for your individual players. As I frequently hear from our NHL coaches, no matter what level of the game you're coaching at, being a coach is really just about managing people. Together with our members, our objective is to try and support all coaches in their pursuit of developing this skill. Before I get into the ways in which we set out to achieve that objective, I wanted to give a quick overview of who the NHL Coaches Association actually is. Our association represents all 200 coaches in the NHL, including head, assistant, goaltending, and video coaches. Founded 20 years ago, the association is really here to support NHL coaches, both employed and unemployed, in everything we term non-hockey operations. You'll notice that I said we support unemployed coaches as well. And what that means is that coaches currently between their NHL roles are still members of the association. Plus, in the 4 years since myself and our executive director, Michael Hirschfeld, have been leading the NHLCA, we've also re-engaged a number of NHL alumni coaches and brought them back into the association, including Scotty Bowman, Larry Robinson, Daryl Sutter, and several others. Beyond supporting our NHL coaches, the NHLCA has 3 main objectives: supporting the development of the next generation of NHL coach, giving back to the hockey community, and supporting the growth of the game globally. We set out to accomplish these objectives with the full support of all of our NHL coaches. I'm truly so fortunate to get to work with these guys day in and day out because what they have committed their lives to and the passion that they bring to coaching is really inspiring. Many of them are already involved in various initiatives, either in their own community or with their NHL organization that give back to supporting coaches, players, and the community as a whole. And I know Coach Keefe is excited to join the Coaches Open House tomorrow and speak with all of you. Collectively as an association, though, there are 4 main programs we're running that aim to support coaches in their development. In addition to our annual Coaches Clinic and several diversity and inclusion programs, we're excited to announce that we have brought back the NHLCA Mentorship Program for a 2nd season. To provide some background on the Mentorship Program, earlier this year, prior to COVID, we piloted a webinar-based program with 4 of our head coaches over a 4-week period. And due to the success of that pilot, we had planned to roll out the Mentorship Program for the 2020-21 season. However, as you all know, the NHL season went on pause in mid-March, but a week following the suspension, and thanks to the support of our NHL coaches, we rolled out an early launch of the mentorship program back on March 20th. Over the following 8 weeks, we were able to broadcast live almost 30 webinars and made the program free and accessible to any coach that wanted to participate from around the world. Our NHL coaches truly felt it was their responsibility to step up and provide the support to the hockey community during such an uncertain and challenging time. During the first round of the program, we had over 3,200 coaches participating from 30 different countries around the world who knew that there was even hockey in Singapore. The feedback was extremely positive, and so we are back with round 2 of the mentorship program, which is now currently underway. We just kicked things off last month on October 15th, and the current program will track what should have been the 2020-21 regular season, running from October through to next spring. We are hosting 3 to 4 webinars each month, and each session includes an open Q&A discussion with the presenter. All of the sessions are recorded and available to be streamed on demand so that you can watch and catch up when you have the time. To that point, all of the webinars from round 1 of the program earlier this year are also available for you to watch. In a few slides, I'm going to touch on some of the diversity programs we're running, but I wanted to quickly highlight one aspect of the mentorship program from this past spring that's fairly unknown, which is that we ran a 4-week spin-off program for NCAA women's hockey coaches where they were partnered up with an NHL coach to present on a specific topic. All of those webinars are also available to you to watch. And if you're a university or a college hockey coach here today, we highly recommend checking out those sessions. We structured the mentorship program so that the topics are wide-ranging and include everything from skills and systems development to career path discussions to communication, building team culture, player psychology, and much more. We also wanted to have a wide representation of NHL coach for you to hear from, not only across teams, but also by coaching role. So the program includes a mix of head coaches, assistants, goalie, and video coaches, as well as a few of our AHL coaches who have a unique perspective to share. The program is free once again for all coaches to take part in. Our NHL coaches really wanted this to be an educational development program that was accessible to any coach at any level of the sport and around the world. So we've made the program completely complimentary again for this second season. To set up an account, simply go to our website at nhlcoaches.com/mentorship program, click that register button, and then simply set up a username and account. Once you're logged into the webinar portal, you'll see that you can access both the 2019-20 program recordings from this past spring, as well as the current season sessions. One other resource I wanted to highlight is the NHLCA Global Coaches Clinic. Our annual Coaches Clinic is typically held each year at the NHL Draft, but this year, like many other organizations, we pivoted to hosting it online in early June. It consisted of 3 sessions a day over the week from Monday through Friday, and we had over 1,000 coaches join us online. The feedback from those that attended has been incredibly positive, and in surveying the attendees afterwards, we had hundreds of coaches request that we keep the clinic online going forward, as it eliminates the travel costs for them needing to visit the NHL Draft City each year. We personally loved hosting it online as well, as it allowed us to accommodate an unlimited number of participants since we weren't restricted by venue capacity. And by expanding the event from what is normally just a one-day conference to now a week-long event, we were able to add many more keynote presentations to the agenda and have a killer lineup of speakers, including Leafs assistant coach Dave Haxtell, who spoke on the topic of tracking to transition and breakouts. We'll certainly be holding the clinic online again next year in the summer of 2021. But for any coach who has attended this event in the past, the in-person networking opportunities and small group breakout sessions with our NHL coaches is still a very much enjoyed part of that in-person event. Once we can all safely return to in-person events, we'll definitely look at how we can still incorporate those aspects and include some NHL coach networking opportunities at the draft event in the future. As part of attending our clinic, attendees received the exclusive NHLCA Drill Handbook. We're pleased to share, though, that as part of your attendance here today for the Leafs Coaches Open House, you each are receiving a free copy of the drill book. You can find the link to download it in your Coaches Open House manual that was sent prior to today's event. The drill book includes over 100 drills from NHL teams and is a highly sought after coaching resource that we really hope you enjoy. Okay, lastly, but by no means least, recognizing the role that our association, our coaches, want to take in hockey's collective objective of creating inclusivity and diversity within the sport, there are 2 other programs that we're currently running. The first is the NHLCA Female Coaches Development Program, which we announced the launch of back in March of this year on International Women's Day. And the second is the NHLCA BIPOC Coaches Program, which came together in late spring. Together across both programs, there are 80 coaches that we are working with in a high-touch capacity to support their career development and advancement. Candidates in the 2 programs were selected along with the support of many of the league's teams, as well as with the NHL through the Hockey is for Everyone initiative. Specifically for the female coaches program, we have many of the teams select 2 candidates to represent them to ensure that we had geographical representation across North America, as well as representation across all levels of play. You will actually be hearing from one of the women in our program tomorrow, whom the Leafs nominated for the program, Vicky Sanihara. The University of Toronto women's hockey coach adds a wealth of experience to our group on the women's side of the sport and is a trusted resource for many of the younger coaches in the program. We're truly so fortunate to have her in our group, and I'm excited for everyone to hear from her tomorrow. And also later this afternoon, you'll be hearing from Jeff Scott about race and equity in hockey. We worked closely with Jeff's team at the league, including Kim Davis, when selecting the candidates for our BIPOC coaches program. While the two programs are run separately, they do have similar objectives for the first year that can be categorized into 3 foundational pillars. The first is networking, both with the coaches in each respective group, as well as with our NHL coaches and the broader coaching community. The second is professional development, and the third is on increasing the visibility of these coaches across the hockey world. The newest addition to the Leafs coaching staff, assistant Manny Malhotra, is one of our NHL coaches of color who is actively involved in supporting these programs, discussing with the group his own experiences playing in the NHL and now coaching as a person of color. We're fortunate to have his support, as well as Coach Keefe's, the entire Leafs coaching staff, and the over 200 NHL coaches in our association. If you're looking to stay updated on any of these programs, as well as on other news and events related to our association and our coaches, we encourage you to sign up for the NHLCA monthly newsletter. It goes out on the 1st of each month, and you can sign up on our website at the URL provided there, nhlcoaches.com/newsletter. So hopefully you now have a good sense of who the NHL Coaches Association is and the support and resources we offer. And I hope that you can join us for next week's mentorship program webinar as well. I want to sincerely thank the Toronto Maple Leafs and MLSE for inviting our association here today to speak with all of you. I've included my contact information on the slide here, and I truly welcome anyone reaching out with questions or comments. Thanks again, and stay healthy and safe, everyone.
That was amazing, and definitely a lot of information coming out of this session. So thank you to Greg, Scott, Wendell, and Lindsay. If you're wondering where you can access the resources mentioned, you will find them in the manual sent to you before the start of today's event. Don't forget to stay logged on and participate in Kahoot for your chance to win a team signed stick. All right, we're going to take another quick break, so grab yourself a coffee or a snack before our next session, which is Courageous Conversations hosted by Jeff Scott, starting at 1 o'clock. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you back here shortly. Let's revisit our Kahoot trivia. Here's a reminder of how it works. You'll need 2 devices in order to play along. Please keep us on your main screen and use your second device to play. Just visit kahoot.it. We'll give you a couple minutes to log in. The PIN number for today's game will appear on your screen. Type it into your second device now. Be sure to use your first initial and last name so we are able to identify you as the winner and mail you your prize. Are you ready? Here we go.
you Greg Shell here, Hockey School Director for the Toronto Maple Leafs Hockey School. I come to you from the space between my kitchen and my dining room. And so we're going to have some ways for you to stay active and continue to work on your hockey skills all at the same time. Listen, you're going to need very little household equipment and maybe a few little sport-related items to help you get through this camp at home exercise today. Let's get ready. This exercise here is called deck of cards. You're going to need to track down a deck of cards, split them in half, grab a partner, grab something to write with, and let's pull up some examples of exercises that we can do. Now, we're going to go through our hockey school manual and use exercises that lead into and complement our on-ice programming. And so, let's see here, off-ice programming, and I'm going to do push-ups.
How about this one?
Yeah.
Squats.
Yeah, perfect. You do squats, I'll do push-ups. And so what I want you to do is write down on maybe 4 or 5 cards push-ups. Write down on 4 or 5 cards squats. And then pull up some other exercises that you can write down on these cards as well. Shuffle them and get ready to pull a card and get ready for that exercise. Now, if I pull, say for example, a queen of clubs, you're gonna have to do 10 push-ups. So what card will you pull? Let's grab your stuff and get ready to go. Deck of card workout time. And so you have your deck of cards, you're gonna place them on the floor just like this and have some fun with this with our indoor space, which is where we're gonna be working here, is paper, rock, scissors. Let's go. Yes, rock beats scissors. I get to pull the card. Christopher's exercise is, oh wow. Face cards are 10, so Chris has 10 push-ups. Here we go, let's see it, Chris, 10 push-ups. Try and keep a nice straight back while you're doing this. So let's go, 10, here we go. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. Hang on for a second. Do go modify. Now, regular push-ups, might be a little easy for some people. If it's not, a way of sort of dialing back a little bit is going to the modified where your knees are on the floor and your ankles are crossed and you're going down using all your upper body here. So there's 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10. Nice. Okay, let's go. You pull my card. Here we go. Oh, 7 squats. Okay, so squats. What I want you to do is, you're going to be in your athletic ready position, so your knees are in line with your shoulders, and so it's a deep knee bend. Try and make sure that you're pretending you're sitting on a chair, and then come right up. And so your hands are out in front of you, just for balance and center of gravity here. And so 7, so that's 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7. Now, if you're looking for something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more advanced, you can say hold your partner. So if Christopher's here, I can hold him and I can do a single leg squat, all right, for single leg strength with my foot in front of me, or I can just bend my knee in a 90 and go into a single leg squat. Now, if you don't have a partner, you can always use the edge of a desk, a chair, or a countertop. All right, let's get ready for our next drill. This drill here is called hit or miss. It's fantastic. And so this is kind of a fun exercise just to work on all skills and creativity within you as an athlete at your camp at home experience. So Chris and I have tracked down some pretty cool items, and it's just a mix of everything. And we want you to do the same thing. It's kind of like a junkyard right now, to be honest with you. You're gonna need an item that you can shoot, all right, or pass a ball-like item. And so we have our items. Go track down some stuff like this and get ready to play hit or miss. Hit or miss, lots of fun. And you can see how we've got our setup here, and I like what you guys have done as well at home. And so we've got our ball-like items. You can track down as many as you want so that you don't have to run and get your ball back and forth, but you can always switch sides as you try and shoot through the junkyard. Okay, so now I've got a kitchen utensil, Chris has got a mini stick, and we're gonna basically, he calls out a hit or he calls out a miss for me. So if it's a hit, I have to hit one of the targets, super easy. If it's a miss, because we have more items, quite difficult. So this is the level of difficulty here. All right, so Chris, you go first. Miss. So shoot through without touching anything. Yes, nice work. Okay, so now my turn. Oh, and I have a larger size tennis ball to shoot through here and a soup spoon. Okay, here we go. Call out hit or miss. Miss. Oh, man. Now, we can use bank shots here, and so this is being creative here. I'm going to try and get it past that oversized yellow ball. Oh, I hit it. So listen, have some fun with this. Continue to do this and maybe award yourself, points for every time you successfully accomplish what you're trying to ask each other to do. Hit or miss, pretty cool. Have some fun with this. Drill number 2, asteroids. It's awesome. So what I need you to do is track down some stick-like items that are going to allow you to shoot ball-like items across the smooth surface of the floor. And I also need you to track down one larger ball-like item that you're going to focus at and shoot balls at. It's going to be amazing. And so go find some open space within your house. I'm going to do the exact same thing, and I'll see you right back here. Let's go find some space. All right, see you in a couple of seconds. Here we go. Asteroids, the best game for indoor space, especially when you're at the hockey school for the Toronto Maple Leafs. So now what's going to happen is you need to be on your knees and kind of like in your athletic ready position from your hips up. And you want to focus on shooting the ball at a smooth, sort of well-calculated path. And so this ball here that you see on the floor is going to move around. So this is where I got to focus, set, and then shoot. Now, with a partner, Christopher and I, if I miss, he receives it. So there's a bit of shooting, there's a passing exercise in this, and this is going to be a lot of fun. So in your athletic ready position, upper body up, when you say ready, set, go, I'm going to try and knock this ball over past Christopher. He's going to try and do the exact same thing and knock it past me. Okay, let's give it a shot. Here we go, and we're just going to keep on going here. Here we go. Ready, set, go. Yes, yes. Get the ball. Get a ball. This is a heavy ball. Oh, nice work. And so there's asteroids. It's awesome. So play this and time yourself and see how many shots it takes. But when you go partner to partner, it's pretty cool stuff. So enjoy asteroids. That was fantastic. And so, Chris, thanks for playing with me today.
Yeah, that was
awesome.
great. We really hope you enjoyed your camp at home experience.
Well, and so, listen, have some fun with all this. And so we try to stimulate your minds to do things differently in these fun, creative drills and that one exercise that we provided for you. Continue to follow all levels of government recommendations with respects to the safety and the distance, physical distance. Remember that, 1 stick length away. So please, continue to play safe, have fun, enjoy your indoor experience, and we'll catch up with you soon. Thanks a lot and enjoy your day.
Our partners at Tim Hortons wanted us to share a special message on their behalf. At Tim Hortons, you're always welcome. We're happy to serve you each day, and even happier when we can work together to help make a difference in our community. We're always proud to play any role we can in contributing to the health and happiness of our neighbors, which is why we are a proud partner of Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. our partners at Tim Hortons wanted us to share a special message on their behalf. At Tim Hortons, you're always welcome. We're happy to serve you each day, and even happier when we can work together to help make a difference in our community. We're always proud to play any role we can in contributing to the health and happiness of our neighbors, which is why we are a proud partner of Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. Our partners at Tim Hortons wanted us to share a special message on their behalf. At Tim Hortons, you're always welcome. We're happy to serve you each day, and even happier when we can work together to help make a difference in our community. We're always proud to play any role we can in contributing to the health and happiness of our neighbors, which is why we are a proud partner of Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. Welcome to our third and final session for today's Toronto Maple Leafs Tim Hortons Coaches Open House. This last session might be one of the most important discussions we have today. This session will cover diversity and inclusion in hockey. Now, more than ever, we know that this is an important conversation to be had, especially with young athletes. As coaches, parents, and mentors, we have the opportunity to educate our youth. Hosting this session will be Jeff Scott. Jeff has over 18 years experience leading community investment and youth sports development strategies and initiatives across the NBA and NHL. While he played football growing up and through college, he's now the current Vice President of Community Development and Growth for the NHL. I'm excited to pass it over to Jeff to hear from him and his special guests.
Thank you, Danielle, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm excited. Let's jump right into it. So our first guest received the 2019 Inspire Award, which was created in 1993, which represents the highest honor bestowed from someone from the Indigenous community. And in recognition of her achievements in hockey, I am extremely, extremely excited for our next guest here. And she is the first First Nations athlete to play on Canada's Olympic women's hockey team. She won a silver medal in the 2018 Olympics. She medaled 3 times at the World Championships and is part of the PWHPA. I'm happy to welcome Bridget Laquette. Bridget, how you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Just keeping myself busy here.
Yeah, so how have you been? I know it's been a interesting time, especially when it comes to what's happening in the hockey space, and just the pauses that's happening all around the world. So what's that been like for you? What's going on?
Well, I guess the start of COVID, I guess when everything shut down, I honestly didn't get up to much. I was running a bit. I had broken my leg last year, so I was just kind of getting back into running around March. So honestly, just keeping myself busy in training, and a lot of my events got canceled this summer and the fall. So just doing a lot of virtual stuff and taking time for myself.
Got it, got it. Well, I mean that self-help, right? That self-time is important, especially when you're coming off an injury. So sorry to hear about the minor setback, but I'm sure it's a setup for this next chapter, as we get back started into things. So happy to see you, happy to know that you're on the mend and that you're feeling good, you're feeling healthy, and you're ready to get back out there and play. So honestly, I'd like to jump right into it if you're okay with that. And I want to talk about your experiences as not only a female hockey player, but an Indigenous woman in the sport. We don't have many Indigenous representations or minority representations, as we know, throughout the sport of hockey. So you are, an extremely special, contributor to the sport. So, I know we have a lot to cover here, and I know our coaches, want to hear from you and hear about the work. But in your opinion, I mean, what would you suggest to all of the coaches and everyone that's on this call right now? What would you suggest to them when they're thinking about how to get more females involved in the sport?
Yeah, I guess just for a couple points here, it would be nice to see more coaching. Um, Having a female involved in the team in some way, management jobs. Um, Honestly, therapist jobs. I've talked to a couple of friends about it actually, and they were just saying like how nice it was. Like they've been coached. This is in rural Saskatchewan, but they were coached by they had an all male coaching staff, and they were just talking about how nice it was just to have even a therapist on the bench, and it just kind of having like forming that bond, I guess. It would help to have more programming for females throughout minor hockey funding, so players like myself can put on clinics in smaller communities, and it would help for more for female role models to speak up and use their platform. I personally enjoy going out to communities and kind of sharing my story, and it's just kind of something that I love to do.
Yeah, got it. Couldn't agree with you more. And just staying on that same vein, right? And thinking about having more females involved in sport. On the flip side of that, one thing that we're seeing is that more females are dropping out of the sport and sports in general at a much faster rate, than boys are. And of course, that's something that needs to be addressed. And as coaches, I think we're all responsible for making sure that we're creating an environment where our female, players remain committed and in the sport right now. So, what can coaches do? I know you've coached, you've been a part of it, but what advice would you share with our coaches here to encourage them to make sure we keep that trend of females participating in the sport going this way as opposed to going that way?
Right. Well, obviously, with boys hockey, you grew up knowing that, knowing your possibilities and seeing it on TV and the media, and, knowing that maybe one day that you can play in the NHL. With women's hockey, it's not necessarily like that. I feel like we get recognition every 4 years at the Olympic Games, but other than that, it's almost completely non-existent. So visibility in sport is very important. If they see women's hockey players on TV, they would be more inclined to stay in the sport or even try it out. So it's kind of why I'm proud to be a part of the PWHPA. So, because for myself, like I didn't necessarily have that person that looked like me that played on a high level team. So that's kind of one of my goals is to be a role model. And for coaches, I guess communication is key. Keeping your players knowledgeable of possibilities, places that they can go in their sport, whether it's NCAA or youth sports or maybe the national team or Olympics. So, set those goals and being that person that can help them attain their goals, getting to that next level, whether it is helping them out in high school or reaching out to universities for them if they don't have that accessible, or help keep them motivated somehow. I think it's very important for coaches. They could also help reiterating the importance of positive role models at all levels, and maybe challenging the younger girls to do acts of kindness for their community and teaching selflessness and humility.
Yeah, you touched on something special there. And of course, I'm taking it back to your roots and your heritage, right? Being an Indigenous athlete. And I see that picture behind you. On another conversation, I probably want to get some detail about what that picture is behind you. But I know that you are strongly, and deeply rooted in your heritage, and the commitment that you have to carry of making sure you are representing the Indigenous population and community, and what that means for not only you but for that next generation. So, but I want to take a step back, and I want you to open up and share with us about what it was like being a minority and growing up in Mallard, Manitoba, and being one of, if not the only, Indigenous athlete in the sport. What did you experience, and what was it like, at a young age, leading up all the way to where you are now playing hockey?
Yeah, I guess, growing up in Mallard, the closest minor hockey association was Winnipeg OSIS, which was about a 50-minute drive one way from Mallard. So I was the only girl on the team for a while, and then we needed players, so my sister started playing, and then she hopped in net. So yeah, it was quite the experience. I was surrounded, growing up in Mallard. I lived 4 hours north of Winnipeg. It was a Métis community, so an Indigenous community, and I was surrounded by a lot of Indigenous people. So, for me to, I said, grow up, and I was kind of sort of in a bubble, I guess. Didn't really know what racism was, and didn't really experience it. And it wasn't until I actually went away to play hockey in Winnipeg, and I've had a lot of instances over the years where I've felt different and less welcomed throughout my minor hockey career and hockey career. So, the first time I felt that way, I guess, or one of the first times is, when my sister and I tried out for a summer hockey team in Winnipeg. And, I remember that feeling of walking into the dressing room, like I was already nervous to try out for this team. And, I walked into the dressing room and they sat on one side of the room. The girls sat on one side of the room. They watched us walk in and they kind of just like stared at us and like kind of like whispered and just didn't say like hello or anything like that. So it was just a very awkward encounter. And, no one, we ended up getting cut from that team, or I got cut from that team. They wanted to keep my sister, but we had to stay on the same team. So, and then later on in that summer, we were playing in a summer hockey tournament, and I got into a shoving match with this girl in the corner. We were playing a city team again, and this is kind of when I encountered racism for the first time. We were skating up the ice, and she said, "Get off me, dirty Indian," and I didn't really know how to react to it. Like I felt sad. I felt angry. I cried because I'm a crier, and I didn't really know how to react to it. I kind of just I felt down and ashamed for a moment. And, luckily my dad was, one of the coaches, and he came to the side of the bench that I was on, and he kept trying to ask me what happened and, trying to get it out of me. And I didn't even want to repeat it. And finally he got it out of me. I told him what he said and what they said. And my dad was just like, he said, "You know what, beat them on the ice." And, it's something so simple, but he was able to turn that negative into a positive. And, beat them on the ice, meaning, be the bigger person, be the better person, and don't give in to their taunts. And just be so focused on your own self and your own success. So when they say things like that to you, it doesn't matter what they say. So it was very helpful for me. And that's kind of something that stuck with me for my whole life pretty much. And, it helped me use that for, I guess, fuel in a way to be the best player that I could be and to really beat them on the ice.
I like that. It's one of those things. And as an athlete as well, one thing to silence your critics is to let your action do the talking, right? And I think you were fortunate in that situation to have your father there with you. And I would assume, and I would love you to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure your father, growing up, being a hockey player, growing up in a very close-knit community, when he stepped outside of that community, I'm sure he experienced some racism along the way too. So I'm sure his experience, were there to, help guide your sister. I know you have a brother and you as well when you are faced with these situations. So of course, our audience right now is all coaches, so when you think about it as something that unfortunately has not stopped, what advice, would you give to the coaches listening in now when they have a young player on their team that skates back to the bench, with the look of deer in headlights and, fear or anger, just permeating across their face? What should they do? What should they say? How should they respond to a situation like that?
Yeah, I guess it just starts with, creating a relationship with your players. And for myself, like that's what I remember most about all of the coaches that are, the most memorable to me is that they actually cared about like me as a person rather than, me as a hockey player. So kind of making that, that relationship, off the ice as well, rather than just, their coaching. I guess just honestly, I think creating a safe space, a safe environment for your team. And, I guess for in the past, people don't really want to tell, people don't want you to come in and, tell you how to feel or how, like what to do, I guess, if that makes sense. And honestly, for the inclusion piece, it would be nice to see maybe an elder come in or, have people share their stories, or even educators that, specialize in the history to run an inclusion or diversity seminar. I know that helps a lot. I've talked to a lot of different Indigenous coaches and players and past players and stuff like that over the last week. And, honestly, having maybe a training pamphlet on how they can address diverse cultures, a basic knowledge book perhaps, and again, a training seminar. I think that would be, very helpful for a lot of people, because a lot of people don't really understand the history or of First Nation people in this country. Having a safe place to talk about, having people feel comfortable asking, what treaty area are you from? What is your reserve? Or how do you like to be referred to? I know that helps a lot to create a relationship with other people. And again, you will have to do your own research or ask questions. for myself, like I don't always want to be the person to answer everyone's questions. You're gonna have to, where we live in a time where education and knowledge is very easily accessible with having iPhones and the internet. So that's definitely something that a lot of people will have to do on their own time.
Yeah, I'd like to stay on that point for a minute because one thing that's amazing in this growth process that we're all going through is the fact that we have to be open to learning. We have to be open to educating ourselves as opposed to just relying on others to do the thinking and to do the lifting and to do the acting for us. So I think you raise a great point when it comes down to what coaches can do, right? Coaches, although they may not be as versed or as experienced, with dealing or interacting with a certain demographic, I think it's upon us, as coaches and as individuals and as people who are committed to driving the change to see the sport grow to where we want it to be, with making sure we're educating ourselves and doing that learning. And then I would also say, what else is just as important to that is the representation, with having diversity on the benches, having diversity within the staff, having diversity within, just your player, your team and the families, because the more you have the diverse representation throughout your entire organization, then that allows more thoughts, more engagement, more learning to happen organically. So I highly encourage everyone listening here to just think about that and take a look at your staffs, take a look at the families that make up your teams, and it's one of those things that when you are able to have a more diverse reflection on the bench and in the stands, it will make things a lot more easy. Um, so just moving along with that. So I know one of the questions that I wanted to talk to you about, you almost answered it, or you did answer it in your previous question, as who that coach, who was that coach that helped you through these difficult times, right? So I know your father was one of them. But outside of that, who else, was there another coach along your journey that, um, to this day, you just think about him or her and what they were able to do to make sure they created a self and, or a safe and welcoming environment every time you either stepped in the dressing room or stepped on the ice or stepped on the bus or the plane, to go through your journey, of hockey?
Yeah, I guess, well, obviously, my dad, I've mentioned him a lot before. He actually coached me until I was probably about like 16, when I played boys hockey. So I played, growing up in rural Manitoba, I played on two teams, a boys team and a girls team. So, actually had a few coaches that kind of made an impact on my life. It was the first summer hockey team that I played on, when I experienced the racism for the first time. I remember how those coaches had made me feel, and they made me feel so welcomed. It was not only the coaches, but it was also their daughters, because obviously they coached their daughters, and it was their daughters and the team, and just the team environment was just more welcoming than the team that when I tried out for in Winnipeg, the city team. So their names are Dave Scott and Elmer Cascu, and I also played on another women's team growing up and when I was in my teenage years, and those coaches were Darren Russell and Kevin Lynch. And I remember the way they made me feel is, one, they were so welcoming. They created a personable relationship. They asked me how I was, rather than just me just showing up and them not saying a word to me. And they've also gave me opportunity. They gave me opportunity to play with the older girls, and they always threw me out, even though I was, if I would mess up, and they'd always kind of believe in me in that way. So that's kind of something that I've always remembered, and that's something that I'll never forget. And they treated me with kindness and respect, and that's something that again, I'll never forget that.
Shout out to those coaches, right? I hope they're still doing it. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to step off the ice now. All right, we're going to talk about Bridget off the ice, and in doing a little bit of homework, I know that you've been heavily involved in the community, and I think that's the beauty of an athlete when you are well-rounded enough to be able to be just as impactful off the ice or off the field or off the court, in the community. And I know that you and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you volunteer with an organization called Classroom Champions, and you do a lot of work in schools and creating those mentor-mentee relationships, within the indigenous community. So tell me a little bit about that and why you're doing that and why you've been so committed to um, your impact off the ice.
Yeah, I guess, for me, what I think is, representation matters. Having a visible role model is very important for having someone who looks like them. For my parent, for me, my parents were my role models. I never didn't necessarily have that person in my sport. With hockey, I've always admired the ladies on the national women's team. They're great hockey players, very focused women and, easy to relate to in terms of on ice skill. But they didn't look like me. They didn't understand the difficulty of coming from, a different socioeconomic background and the problems related to that, like racism and discrimination. So for me to be the first First Nation women to play on Team Canada, it's an honor for me to be here and, and understand. And I understand the importance of representation in sport. And you can come from the most isolated community and still become a member of Team Canada. Following the 2018 Olympics, I was getting, numerous requests from Indigenous communities across Canada asking me to come and share my story and share how I got from my tiny community of 120 people to the Olympic stage. And, I find that my story is very relatable because, we as Indigenous people have experienced the feeling from, sorry. We as Indigenous people have experienced the feeling of not getting the same exposure to the eyes of the high level coaches or scouts as someone from a metropolitan area would. So as well as the uncomfortable feeling of leaving your norm. For myself, like I had to move away to play hockey. I moved to Kelowna to play my grade 12 year, and moving from Mallard to Kelowna is a big difference. So having there's I know a lot of Indigenous kids struggle with that, moving out of their norm and going playing, and it's very hard for them to move away from their communities. So having to move away and experiencing and overcoming racism to attain your goals, that's something that I like to let them know that they can set their goals and they can do anything they can to reach them, and it doesn't matter where you come from. I like to encourage them to obviously set their goals and do everything that they can do, and I remind them that it's not going to be easy, but you can achieve them if you set your mind to it. I've always had that dream of playing at a higher level of hockey, and it took a lot of hard work and determination and perseverance to get there. But I always let them know that it's definitely worth it once you get there.
Yeah, I mean, your commitment is a testament to where you are today, and I think the beauty of what we've been able to talk about today is the impact that coaches have had throughout this journey, that you've been going on. So I would love for you to, as we wrap this up, we think about the impact that youth coaches specifically, have on their players. When you think about that impact, what's the 1, 2, or 3 points that you would love for these coaches to walk away with, knowing that they can continue doing or start doing to make sure that they have a greater impact on their players? What would you say? How would you list that out, or what advice would you share for these coaches?
Yeah, I guess finding that the understanding the level that you have to work with, the younger you coach, and make it fun for the players that are there. And understanding it is important to build relationships with your athletes and get to know them as people. Sometimes I feel that some coaches are not personable and don't make that effort to get to know the person beside the hockey player, and that kind of makes it hard for them to develop on and off the ice. Again, for myself, like that's kind of something that I remember from my minor hockey coaches, the coaches that, rather than my dad, but they always made that extra effort to ask me how I was doing. And even today, like I still keep in contact with some of them and their daughters. And that's one of the relationships and friendships that will last a lifetime.
Well, Bridget, I just want to say thank you for being so open and for being so truthful about your experiences, about the things that you've gone through, but more so how you've taken it on yourself to be a role model, to be a difference maker in your community, to continue bigging up your coaches and encouraging them to carry on their practices with that next generation, because the sport needs more people like you, right? The sport needs the future to be reflective of the beautiful diversity of our world. And one thing that you just mentioned here in your last remark was the fact that we're all individuals playing on a team, which doesn't take away the fact that this is the beauty of sports is about the team, but the beauty of the team is about the individuals. And for coaches to be able to see everyone as an individual, I think is extremely important, right? As opposed to thinking that you can treat and talk to and expect the same from everyone is in my opinion is a disservice, right? I think culture makes experiences extremely beautiful. And when you or when someone like me, who are minorities in this sport, can bring your authentic self to the game, it makes it, that much more greater all the way around. So I just want to say thank you for your time. Um, I'm excited to see your future from here, and I hope you continue inspiring young girls within the Indigenous community. And we'll be on the lookout for you. So thanks, and we'll be speaking soon.
Thank you so much.
Hey, you with the pump truck.
Hey.
Yep, come on over.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to Tim Hortons. What can I get for you?
A steep tea? How about a large dark roast?
Absolutely. We really appreciate everything that you're doing at the food bank.
It means a lot. It means a lot. The food bank need is real. A lot of people are going hungry, especially during this pandemic. We really need all the help for sure.
At the end of the day, to have this is just really nice. Thank you so much.
So our second guest today is a motivational speaker, a former Toronto Argonaut, but someone who has a unique story that is committed to empowering diversity across the globe. So please help me welcome Mr. Orlando Bowen. Orlando, thanks for joining us. How you doing, brother?
I'm well, brother. Thanks. Great to see you, Jeff. All is well?
All right. So I know people call you Bo, and I know this is our first time meeting, but I think I got to call you Bo, man. Bo, because Bo is a very powerful name for me, going back from my man Bo Jackson. So
Yes, yeah.
if it's all right with you, I'd like to call you Bo. Is that cool?
Listen, I would be honored if you call me Bo. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, good. So as you know, man, we're gathered here today to talk about an important topic, right? And it's about what diversity and inclusion looks like in the sport of hockey. Someone who hasn't, and this is just through my understanding and just some background about you. You didn't play hockey, correct? I know you played
That is
soccer.
correct.
Of course, we know you played football. But have you ever laced up the skates, man? And have you ever hopped out on the ice and had that experience? Or is hockey something that's new and fresh to you in a sense of play?
Yeah. So I've laced up the skates. I have ventured out onto the ice, but not with a hockey stick in hand. So I've always had an appreciation for the game because I've got friends that played growing up, but I never played myself. Never got into the sport from a participation perspective. Yeah.
All right. So of course I know you're an athlete, that's for certain. You just don't make it to the CFL without being an athlete. But instead of, me just peppering you with questions about who you are, share with us, share with the coaches here about who Orlando is, who Bo is, and what you've gone through and experienced over the years that brings you to this point today.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you for that. So, one of the things for me, even as I reflect on my childhood and opportunities, I came to North America as an immigrant. So, in terms of resources and access, there was always a lot of love in the house. There was always a lot of bread and rice in the house. But there weren't always a lot of opportunities that required resources that we could participate in because we were new immigrants and my parents were, working really hard just to keep the roof over our heads and food on the table. So there were some challenges and some missed opportunities for sure. But again, always a lot of love and high expectations. So I started playing organized sport. As you mentioned, I played soccer, I played basketball, I played football. I ended up getting a football scholarship to Northern Illinois University, home of the Huskies. And I played hard, studied hard, graduated a couple times, started working as an IT consultant in downtown Chicago. I there were points where I felt like, I was doing something of significance and doing things of contribution. But there was always something that my parents and grandparents talked about, and it was being your best, but also recognizing that it's not just about you, and that there are folks that are watching you, for whom you could not just, you could raise the bar, but you could also raise the floor so that those others that are coming behind you could also have the same, similar, or even better opportunities. So, when I was working in IT after graduating, I did a bachelor's in marketing, master's in IT, working in IT in Chicago. I felt like something was missing, and that was a whole raising of the floor and helping people understand what was possible. So I had an opportunity to come back to Canada. The Toronto Argonauts invited me to come back and try for the football team. So my one question, Jeff, was if I make this team, can I actually go out into the community and serve and make a difference? Because I need to empower some of the young people who are just like me, who didn't have opportunities or perhaps didn't seize opportunities that were there for them. So I just kept thinking, I have to do something to help them realize what's possible. So I came back, I made the team and immediately got involved in service activities, working with young people, working with refugee and newcomer families, working with police services, training them in racial sensitivity and going into schools with officers to equip young people to stand up for the right thing. So I was doing that for a number of years, and going into my 5th season, that service continued, right? And, I signed a contract extension and was about to go out and celebrate that extension. And when I called up some of my friends to meet up and go out and celebrate, I got to the meetup location first. And as I was waiting on my friends to arrive, 2 guys approached me, first asking me for drugs, then, realized that they were both armed with guns, and they grabbed me and started, trying to beat me until, I was face down on the pavement and feeling like my life was about to end. And, the challenge is that the assault that I suffered resulted in a severe concussion that ended my football career. But the greater challenge was the fact that the 2 gentlemen were 2 corrupt undercover police officers who worked for the police force that I was a spokesperson of. So when they realized that I was that guy, their spokesperson, a huge cover-up began where I was taken to jail. I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. They went back to my vehicle. They planted drugs by my car, charged me with assault, police, charged me with possession of a controlled substance. It was just this crazy journey that we then went on, where I was now facing jail time and having to defend myself. And the system doesn't really do fairly or do justly by everyone, which became apparent when lawyers that I went to ask for representation said, you're a Black male, and the system doesn't really work in your favor. We're going to suggest that you plead guilty to a lesser charge. And that was a recurring theme that challenged me, because I knew not only did I not do anything, but I was actively working to bridge police and community. So I'll fast forward. Long story short, as we were on this journey, the arresting officer in my case was himself arrested and charged and convicted and sentenced to go to prison. I was acquitted, and we filed a civil lawsuit to settle out of court years later. All in all, took about 5.5 years. During that time when the officer was sentenced to go to prison, people wanted to celebrate. And I said, no, we can't celebrate that because the man going to prison, he's a father just like I am. Right. And I wrote a letter of gratitude to the officers that I was assaulted by because of the perspective that I gained through the process. And it further galvanized the impetus to really focus on how we could pour into young people. So what's happening with the, Toronto Maple Leafs, the coaches, all the coaches that are out there pouring into young people, my experience really galvanized how significant your job is, right? And how you show up for those young people and for their families can really shift what they believe to be possible, and people move according to their beliefs. So, just honored to be here, to be able to contribute in whatever ways I can.
Wow, man. Thanks for sharing that story, which I'm sure has a bit of trauma, has a bit of motivation, has a bit of anger and frustration, has a bit of optimism in it, and something that I'm sure you have to carry with you daily, And I mean, we can spend all day talking about the impact that event had on you, that it had on your team, that it had on your family, but if we had to find the silver lining in all of this, it goes back to your starting point, right? When you talk about the importance of raising the bar, but raising the floor, and as I've, had my experiences with coaches, and I've heard a few people say that, and I believe Pinball Clemens was one of the ones who I've heard say that as well from my time in Toronto. The impact that he as a coach had on a person like you, and on the impact that you are now having on your sons, is something that I think all of the coaches here are inspired to do, or they wouldn't have signed up to be coaches, right? To be those leaders and to be those role models, and to make sure that that they're creating good people, which is what you've turned out to be. Because you could have easily taken that situation and turn your back on police officers, turn your back on people that don't look like you and I, turn your back on just future, but you've been able to channel that emotion into your motivational speaking. So as we think about tying that back into minor hockey or just hockey in general, have you ever, and I know you talked about not playing hockey, but what role is it that coaches can do in this space to make sure that they're being leaders for these young players that they're coaching?
Love that. I feel that coaches have such a powerful opportunity to lead by example, and to really show, not just talk about what good leadership looks like, not just talk about what team or chemistry looks like, but to actually model it, right? Because more powerfully than what people can say, what we could articulate is how we choose to live our lives. Because those who we're coaching are watching us, and they're not just watching us when we're up 4-0 and it's the third period with 2 minutes left. They're watching us when we're down 4-0 and the game is on the line. They're watching to see how we're going to respond when the chips are down. So I feel like we have a real opportunity as coaches to really set the tone in terms of what's possible, not just as individuals but as a collective, and to really model what it looks like to really be in service of others and in service of the greater goal. Like, yeah, we're aspiring to do amazing things on the ice. We're aspiring to do amazing things off the ice. What does it look like in terms of showing up in a way that supports the growth, the development, and the possibilities of your athletes. So I think it's a really powerful role to be in, powerful role to be able to play. It's a real gift and an honor to be able to serve as a coach. And I just applaud those who have signed up and who keep that at the forefront. Because I think sometimes we could get lost in the X's and O's, but if we could keep at the forefront the significance of what's happening in the hearts, minds of the young people that we're coaching, it really allows us opportunity to transform.
Yeah, I totally agree. In that same vein, so we have a few things in common, right? Of course, we have football in common, but we also are parents of sons, right? Well, I have a son, right? You have three sons, right? My son is a hockey player, and it's as growing up in Florida. I'm originally from the South, and I always like to say when my son asked me, "Dad, why didn't you play hockey growing up?" I said, trying to find an ice rink in Florida is like trying to find a polar bear in the desert. It was almost impossible for me to find an ice rink. Um, and I don't know if your boys play hockey, but I would love to know and hear your opinion or your perspective as to why is it that there aren't more players that look like you and I that are playing hockey at a youth level?
Yeah. Well, one of the things for us, my brother-in-law played hockey. So when our sons reached out, our eldest son reached out, and he said, "I don't want to play soccer anymore. I want to do something different." And he's like, "Maybe I'll try speed skating or hockey." And I was like, "Okay, um, we'll put you in speed skating. Yeah, we'll do that." So we had him in a learn to skate program. Um, and again, this was at a time where we were going through some of the challenges or had been through the court system where folks are looking at you funny because of the color of your skin. So, all I could think was, imagine then, um, subjecting your child to being in spaces where they're going to be the other, and they're going to be looked at as the other. And I just, from an energy perspective, I was like, if we don't have to do that, I don't want to subject our sons to that, right? If it's an absolute burning desire that they want to play the game, then absolutely we'll do what we have to for them. But I didn't want them to have to deal with what we were dealing on a day-to-day basis, with respect to racism or feeling judged or feeling like you're less than, right? So you know, again, my brother-in-law played. He loved hockey, but he also said that he had another. There was another, black player on his team. So they were always like, "Yo, you got me? Like, we good?" And that helped him help both of them navigate some of the things that were happening. So I felt like that was on the heels of going through the court case and all of that, and I was like, you know what? I need to be in positive spaces. I don't want to have to be in spaces where I have to be dealing or deflecting or code switching to be able to fit in.
Yeah. That's always the tough dynamic, right? We always want to place our children in situations where they can be successful, where they can be safe, which is why this conversation is extremely important, right? Because we want to eliminate that stigma. We want to eliminate that hockey is not a sport that is inclusive for everyone. And the beauty and the work behind that honestly lies with people who are on this call right now, right? When we think about the impact that our coaches have with making sure they're creating welcoming and inviting environments, not just for the player, but for the entire family, right? I'm privileged enough, and I say it's a privilege because I'm allowed to provide my son with an experience that I've never had, through playing hockey. But I'm also privileged in the sense where I work in hockey, and I'm able to have conversations like this where we can hopefully inspire people to be committed to growing the diversity of the game. So when I think about the role that coaches have, um, who were some of those coaches that you've encountered where you've seen them create a welcoming environment, and specifically what did they do to make sure that players of all walks of life, whether you come from a wealthy family or not so wealthy family, whether you come from a minority in a new immigrant family to a family that's generationally been in Canada for decades, centuries, right? What have you seen in your experience from coaches that stood out to you and that you would like to share with these coaches that are listening in now?
Yeah, I one of the things, or a few of the things that coaches that really stood out, seemed to embody was this genuine interest in people. Like, so they weren't trying to get to know you to be able to check a box, like, yeah, I talked to him. But they actually, it seemed like they were genuinely interested in getting to know the other families and getting to know the players, getting to know what they liked. So it was the thing that's happening on the ice or on the field, but it was beyond that. They were looking at the whole person, the whole being, and the whole family unit, and making connections that way. And I've really found that, when we've had coaches that have really demonstrated that genuine interest, people feel that, and that allows them to feel connected and allows them to feel seen and heard, and then open to contributing and to to sharing, and being able to have real, open, honest conversations. And it's through those conversations that you could create safe spaces, or even have challenging conversations. But when you know that someone is seeing the humanity in you and willing to engage you from that perspective, it just allows for more rich dialogue where we could talk about things that maybe aren't the most comfortable. But because I know that you as a coach have my back, I'm open to having that conversation with you. Yeah, and I've had coaches that have been that.
Yeah. And I think that you nail it right on the head, right? When we talk about that environment, right? This is an environment that we're creating. And this environment is one where everyone has to be bought into it, because if you have one breakdown in that environment, then it can totally taint the entire locker room, right? Or the entire process. Sorry for the interruption. This is my other my other child.
Yeah,
Decided she wanted to make an appearance right now. Oh man. But when we think about the impact of shaping young athletes, what, as a father, right? And as fathers, we are coaches in our own right. What type of mindset are you trying to instill in your boys when they're out and about, right? Whether it's through sports or whether it's through school or whether it's through just being out in community, what is it that you're instilling in them as a character builder?
Yeah, well, I think one is what we spoke of earlier in terms of the spaces, right? So to curate and protect spaces where people are honored, where people are being respected. And when I say protect, there's a Swahili word that we use often in what either when I'm speaking or through our youth leadership charity, where we talk about Ubuntu, right? And it's I am because you are. So it's not just about seeing that humanity in other people, but it's also about protecting it. So if somebody comes in and does something in that space that you're curating and protecting as a coach, it's incumbent on us to call it out and say, oh, not in this space, man. Not on our watch, right? And to be really about defending that. So we encourage and equip our boys to have those conversations and to be the catalyst that protects spaces for people. Because at the end of the day, we want them to know who they are and what they stand for, and love themselves, love other people, and use their gifts and talents to make a difference on this planet. And it starts by seeing the humanity in others and being willing to honor that humanity.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great way to close it, and I think that's a great point for the coaches listening in here, is to know that when you can create that foundation for your players of, respecting yourself, loving yourself, understanding the impact that you have on others, you know, realizing that there's a zero tolerance policy for unwelcomed or unethical behavior. That's what we all need to commit to doing, you know. And I thank you for your leadership in this space, you know, for your commitment. You know, I encourage you to continue doing and going along this mission that you're on right now. um, I'm hopeful that our coaches are all inspired by what you've been able to share with us today. And you know, if there's one lasting word that you want to leave with our coaches, you know, the floor is open to you. And I just want to say thank you.
So first of all, thank you for your time and for how you're showing up and creating this space and opportunity for coaches to be connected to different perspectives and to things that speak to our highest values in terms of what we share. I'm a firm believer that coaches really can shift what's possible for people, right? I've had that done for me, and to your point, Jeff, I'm out there trying to do that for others because of how coaches like Pinball and others have poured into me, right? So
Right.
I feel compelled to do what I can to uplift, to inspire, and to let people know that even though things may seem challenging, and even though sometimes things are uneasy, it's greatness is always possible when we see people as people and take every possible step and every opportunity that we have to pour into people and to protect all the spaces that we're in, and make them not just safe but brave spaces. So I'm grateful for you and for your expertise, man, and great to be able to meet your other child as well today.
She's trying to make an appearance, man. I'm sorry. She's trying to make an appearance. Well, thank you, brother, and all the best to you. Stay strong, stay healthy, and till next time, you know, we'll have another great conversation. So thank you.
Much love, bro.
You got it.
What a powerful and insightful session. Thank you to Jeff, Bridget, and Orlando for telling us your stories and having these important conversations. I hope you all watching were able to take away valuable lessons from the discussion. That's it for day one of the Tim Hortons Coaches Open House. And that's it for me. But before you log off, we have one more Kahoot trivia for the day. Make sure you take part for your chance to win a signed jersey from one of your Toronto Maple Leafs. We want to also give a huge thank you to our partners at Tim Hortons for making this event possible. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we will see you tomorrow morning for day two of the Tim Hortons Toronto Maple Leafs Coaches Open House. Let's revisit our Kahoot trivia. Here's a reminder of how it works. You'll need 2 devices in order to play along. Please keep us on your main screen and use your second device to play. Just visit kahoot.it. We'll give you a couple minutes to log in. The PIN number for today's game will appear on your screen. Type it into your second device now. Be sure to use your first initial and last name so we are able to identify you as the winner and mail you your prize. Are you ready? Here we go.